What is up, everybody? It is Matt here once again, and I have got our finish line camera all up, and I'm still trying to set up a few things on the back end here to make sure that we can bring you some amazing coverage throughout the day. So we are going to keep it locked here. It looks like our next finisher should be Miss Carrie Henderson, who is making her way, I believe, out to Buffalo Park, and is closing in on Buffalo Park. So we are going to keep it locked right here on the finish line camera. And yeah, I'm going to set some things up, and we'll be back on commentary here momentarily. What is up, everyone? For those of you just tuning in, we are here at the finish line in Heritage Square, and we should have Flagstaff's own Carrie Henderson coming to the finish momentarily. She's out of Buffalo Park. She has made the turn, the iconic turn now, down Beaver Street. So we should be seeing her in the coming moments. We are keeping it locked to our finish line camera right now, and I'm continuing again to build out some stuff on the back end here to make sure everything runs smoothly, hopefully, throughout the rest of the day. And so we're going to keep it locked here on the finish line camera, and as soon as I see Carrie make that right-hand turn to come into Heritage Square here, I will pop right back on. And I believe here she is, ladies and gentlemen, Carrie Henderson, Flagstaff's own. And I know that everyone wants to see what's going on. Looks like her dog. What an incredible run by Miss Carrie here, making her way back home into the heart of Flagstaff. A huge shout out to Carrie. I believe someone told me that she's originally from Illinois. So not only is she a Flagstaff local, she's a Midwesterner. Huge shout out to Carrie. She looked like she was really moving coming in there. When I was checking her live tracker as soon as I got up and started moving this morning, she was running really strong. So huge shout out to Carrie. What an awesome finish. And so it looks like then she's joined by her friends and colleagues there. Friends and family, and of course, four-legged friend. Still just all smiles. Incredible effort from Carrie there. Alicia in the chat, a fellow Illini. Shout out to you. Illinois representing. Matt O'Brien is back in the chat. Love to see it. Welcome, Matt. Sarah Newberry as well. They've been what I would call day oneers here at the Cocodona live stream. And we have the man himself, Michael Langwell, of Team Goldberg in the chat. Shout out to everyone who is continuing to join us day after day, who is looking for an excuse to not be bored at work, to not look at the reports and projects that they have that they need to be working on. So shout out to everyone who's continuing to join us here. And Ruth in the chat with a great update that Mr. Ben Dolam, the mustache man himself, has in fact finished despite his tracker showing him as only running 249.7 miles. So we've got a Ben Dolam's tracker that can now join Michael McKnight's tracker in regards to Michael McKnight's tracker has finally finished. So now it's Ben Dolam's tracker that is still out there. However, he finished just in front of Rhoda Smoker. And we may have just lost our finish line camera, which is wonderful. So you are now going to be stuck with me as I try to get that camera feed back up. Bear with me here, and let's actually see if I can just... Nope. Oh, that's because... Give me 1 second. There we go. So we've got Ben Dolam's tracker here. That Ben has finished. His tracker is looks like sitting just at the bottom of the hill on Beaver Street there. And I apologize. I am currently sending out the bat signal to see if we can get another camera feed up here. And for the time being, we're going to look at the iPad. And we have Mr. Jose Sosa, who should be our next finisher. The Chula Vista, California native. We saw him getting his leg and ankle worked on all the way back at the St. John Vianney aid station in Sedona. Looks like he is still moving forward, and he is, let's see here. Yeah, he is still back in the trails behind. He's kind of in the trail. Yeah, he's in the trails behind Buffalo Park there, about to make his way up to Buffalo Park proper, where he will then cut through the parking lot, take a right turn down the Switzer Canyon Trail, which will dump him out on the roads. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a finish line, or we have a camera feed up now. I hope everyone is excited as I am here, as you don't have to stare at the iPad now. And we're going to keep it locked right here for just a few minutes as we await the great Jose Sosa of Chula Vista, California. I hope his friends and family and his son, Young Wolf, the little wolf, Young Wolf, is watching. His dad continuing to push forward there. So huge shout out to Jose. Again, I'm going to step off commentary here for a second so that I can do some things right here on the back end as we await Jose Sosa. And sorry, there's a question from Poker Dad in the chat here. Did Carrie Henderson finish it? Yeah, we actually started the stream early so that we could catch Carrie finishing. So she finished just a few moments ago. We had her coming through on our finish line cam here. Gave her dog a big ol' hug. Got some photos with her friends and family. And so yes, Carrie Henderson has finished. And now we are waiting. We are awaiting the great Jose Sosa. And it looks like he's got family in the chat. Little Wolf, proud of his dad. Shout out to them. Shout out to Jose for year number 2, having things not go maybe the way he wanted, dealing with some lower leg problems, but still pushing forward. So shout out to Jose. Proud of you, brother. And excited to see you make it here to the finish line here in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. And as he gets closer, I will pop back on here to allow you all to listen to my wonderful voice that I am slowly losing as the great Jose Sosa finishes. And I am back, ladies and gentlemen, and it's not just me now. If I can, which I can't get that to work. Oh, here we go.
That's probably for the best. We both have bedheads, so people don't need to see our faces.
Joined by the great Nick Hilton. Once again, Nick, how are you doing, my friend?
Doing pretty well, Matt. Great to be here this morning. We're going to see some finishers. It's going to be exciting.
And our next finisher, one of the crowd favorites, his family's in the chat, Jose Sosa.
Jose Sosa coming in.
And we will, again, everyone, we will have more camera feeds up momentarily. Again, we were planning to start at 6. We hopped on a little bit early to see Carrie into the finish here. But Jose is on the roads. He's out of Buffalo Park. He is on the roads, and I believe he is going to be making the left-hand turn onto Beaver Street, which we've now deemed to be an iconic left-hand turn.
Left on Beaver, left on Birch.
Exactly. I love it. Congrats to the dumpster truck for finishing the Cocodona.
He's in the same spot where Michael McKnight's tracker hung out for about 10 hours yesterday.
Well, and we now have Mr. Dolem's tracker, Ben Dolem's tracker. He has finished. His tracker is sitting. I'm not familiar with the street. I would say Beaver Street Liquors, but I know that Beaver Street Liquors is up a little bit further. But he's sitting just at the base of the hill. Got dropped in the closing 400 meters.
He's right by that. He's right by the playhouse there this morning. Jose Sosa, chat favorite. Went off course earlier in the race. Had some shin issues. Got put back together. He certainly had an interesting week here, and I'm sure he has some stories to tell, and be exciting to see him cross the finish line. And looks like we are also right around the time for our Munns Park 2 cutoff. That's 6 a.m. this morning, so we can kind of peek in here and see who's right there at Munns Park and see who's going to be leaving there soon. It looks like the last two of Lori Robinson and San Slavin have taken off from Munns Park, so looks like they did go ahead and make that cutoff time, which is good to see. Our next cutoff is not until 7:30 this evening at Fort Tuthill, so we'll be monitoring that as the day goes on. And as we wait here for Jose Sosa, we did have some finishers come in overnight here. We were not able to get on the live stream. Obviously, as he just said, Ben Dolem came in overnight. Carrie Henderson of Flagstaff, Minna Abraham of Egypt, Connor McClelland, Stephanie Simpson, local hero Eric Sensman came in. Brian Janizik, Deanna Odell, Rhoda Smoker of Pennsylvania, Todd Bachman, Ian Jones, Adrian Begrin, all finishing overnight here as well. And hopefully we can get the, not just the dump truck, but the pickup truck full of stuff here. Should hopefully be moving out of here soon, so Jose has a clear path to the finish line.
And he has made the left on Beaver.
On his way down.
He's on his way down to the iconic Heritage Square here in downtown Flagstaff, where we are tuning in.
And it looks like today will be a day of finishers after Jose, Greg Ottinger's within a couple miles, Jody Seminel, and David Odell, and Chris Walsh, as well as Christy Haswell, have all reached the top of Mount Eldon and checked in at that Mount Eldon aid station and look to be on the downslope heading into downtown Flagstaff. with many runners behind them, including Scott Jenkins, man of beer fame, who I heard did get his beer yesterday shortly after I left, so that's exciting to see. So looks like today is going to be an exciting day as people finish their journey through central Arizona here and finish up in Flagstaff.
Got Sarah in the chat. Welcome back, Nick.
Welcome back to you, Sarah. I think you spent more time here than I have this week. Good to see you back in the chat. Jose Sosa now a little under a half mile away from the finish line, so we should be seeing him come across here soon. This will be Sosa's second time finishing the Cocodona 250. Last year he finished 46th overall, so this can't quite count that many right now, but this looks to be an improvement here for him. He should be somewhere around that top 25, top 30 mark, so a great run here for Jose. An incredibly experienced ultramarathoner who certainly had an interesting week out here at Cocodona. And Matt O'Brien, the cutoff this morning was to leave by 6 a.m., and it looks like our current final two here did make it out there in time. That was San Slavin and Lori Robinson. Both appear to be at mile 161, so by all accounts, it looks like they did make it out. Some of the other runners that we were checking in on yesterday, Kyung Lee, Richard Murphy, did also make it out of there with time to spare, and they will be making their way towards Fort Tut Hill, where that cutoff time is 7:30 p.m. this evening.
And again, we are just moments away from Jose Sosa crossing the finish line here. He's gonna make it to the finish line, beat up leg and all, like a true champion.
And it looks like there are plenty of people gathered here at Heritage Square to welcome Jose in. I'm sure there will be some friends and family and crew as well, so a nice moment for Jose.
Got some love for Rhoda Smoker in the chat. Huge shout out to Rhoda. 4th place ladies finisher.
4th place female, 1st place Pennsylvanian. Ran a strong, consistent race all week. And lots of love here for Jose Sosa here in the chat. People excited for him to come into the finish. And right now we are at just over 92 hours of total time here passed. And Jose should be coming through here momentarily. At last glance, he was about a half mile away just a few minutes ago. So I would expect him to be making that left-hand turn onto Birch Street and then turning here into Heritage Square any moment now.
We will have a bit of a camera feed out at Walnut Canyon here shortly as well. And it looks like he should be here any moment now.
Hopefully someone has a breakfast burrito waiting for Jose.
And we are...
Oh, we got some live footage here, it looks like.
Yep, we're going to have some footage from the road. We were trying to troubleshoot here to see if we could get a camera feed up. And we have. So shout out to Allie for filming here. And we do have eyes on Jose coming in. Here he comes. He's closing in on the finish line at Heritage Square. Here we see him. And we know that the feed is a little choppy here, but we would rather have choppy footage.
The no footage
of
at all.
Jose, the great Jose Sosa, the pride of Chula Vista, than no footage at all. He's moving pretty well for someone who had to have his ankle glued back to his body. He is cooking here. Super proud of him.
He looks determined, to say the least.
And I'm going to make sure that we do not miss the clean shot of his finish, as he will be there any moment. And we're going to switch it right here to our finish line cam. Huge shout out to Allie for working through some tech issues on the back end, as we have the great Jose Sosa coming to the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Jose Sosa, Chula Vista, California.
And there he is, folks. His second finish at Cocodona. What an adventure for Jose. I'm sure he is as happy.
There we go. Let's see here. And there he is. Jose, another two-time Cocodona finisher. Aaron wants the studio via picture-in-picture. I am open to that, but you're going to see me frantically trying to scroll my mouse and find what is what over here.
Cool to see some of Jose Sosa's family in the chat. Little Wolf and the family are proud of him. I think everybody is proud of Jose after battling through a tough week here and making it through to the finish line in that top 25. So what a finish. He has certainly earned it.
Amazing job there, Jose.
And so now with Jose coming across the finish line, our next finisher will likely be Greg Ottinger, who looks to be just a couple tenths of a mile away as well, too. He seems to be on the road here, making his way down Beaver Street. So we'll be waiting here for Greg, 44 from San Diego, California.
Nice. So two
SoCals racing it into the finish
finishers. Here. And we will have Allie back out there. She is out by the church. And it looks like that feed will be coming in here.
This will be Greg's fourth finish of 200 miles or more, having run Bigfoot 200 twice and having run the Tahoe 200 as well, too. So
here he is.
Just adding another notch in the belt, and looks like we have him here on cam. So there he is, ladies and gentlemen. There's Greg Ottinger making his way down Beaver Street to the finish here at the Cocodona 250. And if you're just checking in with us here this morning, we just watched Jose Sosa come across the finish line in downtown Flagstaff. And now we're watching Greg Ottinger of San Diego, California, make his way to the finish. Just a few moments away from finishing his journey across central and northern Arizona.
Looks like, yep, he's coming past the Deckers building. I would say iconic, but I think only a handful of people probably know that building. And feed. Here's Greg Ottinger of San Diego, California, just moments behind his fellow SoCal runner, Jose Sosa.
One of our Midwesterns here, Omaha, Nebraska.
Keep it locked on our finish cam for just a moment. Looks like we do have a feed out at Walnut Canyon.
And this looks like quite an enjoyable sight out at Walnut Canyon, if I do say so myself.
We are going to send it there now. Walnut Canyon, really beautiful area.
It is. It is. Absolutely. It just looks like people are having a nice nice camp out here. Little, very contained campfire. People to warm up their toes by, which I'm sure is very welcome. Like I say, I bet you most of the competitors are very happy to see the sunrise here this morning, especially the ones who are going to be out here finishing. You know, they've gotten through their last night, and all they have to do now is just drag themselves across this finish line, of which we should have plenty of them here today. Lots of runners poised to get across the line and finish their journey here across Arizona. And someone in the chat asking about bib 132. That's Chris Fall. It looks like he was a DNF, unfortunately. I don't have the data in terms of where exactly he dropped out, but it looks like he is going to be a DNF. As we look in here at people hanging out around the campfire at Walnut Canyon. That is aid station number 2 at mile 229.
There we've got Greg Ottinger getting his photo with his buckle and the banner. Huge shout out to Greg. Looks like we got some runners and crew out at Walnut Canyon here.
Walnut Canyon is your last chance here to pick up a pacer or see your crew before the finish line. The aid station out at Mount Ellen, mile 142, is pretty remote, so while they do have, it looked like some delicious barbecued meats up there, no chance to check in with pacers or see aids. So if you're picking up a pacer, Walnut Canyon is the last opportunity for that. And my guess is this is probably a healthy number of runners here taking a nap, getting a little bit of sleep before heading out and making their journey to Flagstaff. Looking at the tracking here, there looks to be a number of runners here at Walnut Canyon. Kylie Aldaz, the birthday girl from day one, Brianna Grigsby, Wes Plate, Jake Danath, Fernando Montez, Matt Ross, and Grant Muller all seem to be hanging out at the Walnut Canyon aid station. And there seem to be a couple runners who are getting very close. Mike Wilkinson, Brian Hamilton, Nathan Warner, and Mandy Goody all are within just a couple miles of that aid station, so hopefully we'll be able to get some eyes on them here in the near future, or maybe check out some of the runners as they get ready to leave here and start the trek towards Mount Eldon.
Sounds like West Plate might be out at Walnut Canyon here.
Maria wanting to know about the last runners. Well, at our last check here, our final two runners on course, Lori Robinson and Sam Slavin, looked, and I can't 100% guarantee this, they looked to have made it out of aid in time, but it's also possible that maybe they have not as well. So we'll wait and see what the official word is there. Beyond them, Anthony Culpepper, Chris Walt, James Willett, Elizabeth Russ, Jim Kelly, Richard Murphy, all seem to have moved out of aid around the same time and look to be working together right around mile 171. So they are actually in the Munns Park 1 aid station. So they are making progress here. The last
single, if they're in the Munns Park 1,
they're all probably resting.
They're all probably dropped if they haven't, because I think the cutoff at 6 was Munns 2, right?
Oh yes, excuse me. That is correct. I've been misspeaking actually all morning. So we're looking at Munns 2 cutoff at 6 a.m. Then it looks like our current last runner here is Jody Halverson, Michelle Taylor, and Tracy Den Bliker would be the last three who have come out there. So it looks like those would be the last three who made it out of that aid station. They are looking to make it towards Fort Tut Hill by 7:30 p.m. today is our next cutoff time.
And it looks like Jody Seminole should be hopping on to the streets here shortly, or hopping on to the Switzer Canyon Trail shortly, as it takes you down to the roads and out of Buffalo Park.
Jody Seminole also chasing her second Cocodona 250 finish here. So a number of people who have back-to-back finishes coming in this morning. Very experienced. She's also signed up for the Javelina 100 later on. So a fan of the Arizona race scene here, Jody is, as she looks to finish up here this morning.
Jose Sosa getting his photo there at the finish here in Heritage Square.
And to answer Josh Freeland's question here, it looks like C. Sawyer is still moving. Trackers have him around mile 188, which would have him hopefully out of that Munns Park to aid station in time. So he looks to be ahead of that cutoff line as of right now. And if you're just joining us here, we just watched Greg Ottinger and Jose Sosa, both from Southern California, cross the finish line here. And we are now waiting on Jody Seminel to notch her second Cocodona 250 finish here this morning, as she has stepped off of the trails and is getting close here to the roads of Flagstaff to bring her into the finish line this morning. The cutoff this morning was 6 a.m. Out at Munns Park. That was for Munns Park 2. You had to be out of that aid station by 6. And it looks like we had a number of athletes just make it out of there in time. Next cutoff is 7:30 here at Fort Tuthill. 7:30 p.m., I might add.
Looks like we do have some more runners at Walnut Canyon there.
And it looks like some people in the chat here letting us know that C. Sawyer did potentially drop.
Yeah, I think a lot of the people that on the tracker we're seeing at Munns Park
just never ended up making it out.
Yeah, or their trackers, they may have dropped and their trackers are there and just haven't gotten turned off. I did get word from Race Command that runner number 88 was the last runner to leave the Munns Park aid station, and that it is officially closed. So I'm not sure.
That is Danny Westergaard.
So I'm not sure if if everyone behind Danny, is it has dropped, or maybe he was just the last person to leave the aid station, and is moving faster than some.
Yeah, it's tough to say with that little bit of variance there in the trackers. Well, over the next hour or so, I'm sure we'll get some more. We'll get some more information there that should give us a clearer picture of who is still on course and making their way towards Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. Jody Seminel here will be, looks like, our 7th woman finisher, so top 10 women, as we are right around the 92-hour mark here at Cocodona 250. And it looks like Pete's Meats is up at Eldon giving out fireball shots to stay warm, so glad to hear that Pete's up there doing the Lord's work, keeping our runners warm and keeping our runners fueled as they finish up their Cocodona 250s.
Huge shout out to Danny Westergaard, who's running this solo. 14-time Badwater finisher.
Wow. Yeah, I would say that he definitely knows how to dig deep. 14 times at Badwater is pretty incredible. And in terms of the temperature last night, it was in the low 40s, I believe, in Flagstaff, high 30s, low 40s. So it was certainly cold, and you could see that the runners who've been coming into the finish line were pretty bundled up as well. So I'm sure they are happy to see the sunrise here this morning. As right now we are looking in at the Walnut Canyon aid station.
We've got a runner leaving here. Should have our next finisher, Jody Seminole, coming through in just a matter of moments.
It looks like she is just maybe about to turn off onto the pavement there, just south of Buffalo Park. So a little under a mile and a half to go here for Jody. And just looking here, that Amy Palmero Winters, our runner with the amputee. Yeah, the tracker lists look a little bit off course, but hopefully it's just a little bit of variance there on the spot tracker on the GPS, and then that will correct itself here shortly. We'll keep an eye on it. Amy's story is certainly pretty incredible and has been exciting to follow here as she is just past the 205-mile mark. So we'll keep an eye on that, and hopefully she finds herself back on track here shortly, or that's just a little bit of variance in the spot tracking. As we wait here for Jody Seminole to pull in here to downtown Flagstaff, just over a mile away from our finish line.
And it looks like we may have her on maybe...
Yeah, about a half mile away, yeah.
Yep, her crew doing an amazing job. They've been checking in so much throughout the course of the week. I always want to say day. Today's just started. It's been the course of the week. And Jody,
day 4,
still
so
moving strong. Midwest tough here.
Midwest tough, absolutely.
Looks like she's maybe coming down from the hospital here as we lose that feed.
Well, we know that she's only about 3/4 of a mile away from the finish line here, so she is certainly getting close. As we sit here at the finish line, waiting Jody Seminole here to come through into the finish. Lots of fans in the chat pulling from Jody, so we'll send her that energy as we await her to come down Beaver Street here into downtown Flagstaff. This will be her, like I said, her second finish at Cocodona. Has an incredibly vast 100-mile or ultra marathon record here, having finished the Hitchcock, the I'm Tough 100, Cocodona 250, Moab 240 across the years, 200. So really an accomplished athlete, and what an accomplishment for her here to come across as our 7th woman, top 10 woman, and in the top 25 or so overall. So we are excited here to welcome Jody to the finish line in downtown Flagstaff as she works her way down Beaver Street past the Flagstaff Medical Center. So she'll be coming through here in just a matter of minutes.
Mallory in the chat. I don't know. I was getting more coffee, so I don't know if you touched on this. Coming up, the iconic left turns.
I did not touch on it, but hopefully we'll make this stick. This will be a thing here soon. And right now here we're tuning in at 2 Heritage Square, waiting for Jody Seminel to cross the finish line. And we just watched Greg Ottinger and Jose Sosa here come across the finish. Stephen Crawford pointing out that it's good that we passed a hospital with a quarter mile to go. You never know what can happen here.
Rob in the chat. Careful, or Warden is going to create an iconic left turns burner account. I'm still convinced that was our good friend Chris Warden, but I do not know. Looks like we will have a camera out picking up Jody here shortly as she is past the hospital, making her way down past the final water station known as Beaver Street Liquors. And then she will be making her second left-hand turn onto Birch. This is what we're looking at here as we await Jody Seminel.
Stephen Crawford here pointing out that the section from Schnebly to Munns was definitely challenging because of the rockiness of the terrain. I can't imagine how those feet must be feeling as they come up on Eldon. If we're talking rocky terrain here, the lower levels of that Mount Eldon Lookout Trail are pretty technical. So shout out to the runners here battling through that with some beat up feet for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, that was one of the things that we've talked about throughout the course of the week was how there's so much variance in the terrain. As we see Jody Seminel here popping onto our screen, courtesy of Miss Allie. is that varying terrain can kind of beat up your feet. So you're coming from down in Sedona where you've got maybe some dust, and you've got some red rock sections where you may have some soft clay that's causing some weird footing, but you may have some really firm red rock itself. And then you get up onto a forest road, and it's all rocky. By the time you get to Munns Park and maybe have some smoother trails, your feet are a little bit beat up.
Oh, we also saw how technical that climb up Kasner Canyon was yesterday as well too.
Yeah,
So
that was bananas.
it was absolutely bananas how steep and techy. So you come off of that, and it might not matter how smooth that forest road is from Schnebway to Munns, that your feet just might be trashed there from.
Great question in the chat from Josh. Do we think any of the two-time finishers will continue to make this an annual tradition? I think that if we put it out there in the world enough, that I think people like Jeff Garmeyer and Jose Sosa and Sarah Ostaszewski may come back time after time after time, and obviously we would love to see them. I think next year they should come back so that they can get some of these new sections blended with some of the old sections. It'll be a new course again next year as we go back to the course that we had originally planned this year before we were rerouted due to fires. So hopefully those folks all come back. And I think that those are Todd Bachman as well. Was he a finisher last year, I believe, the Montana native?
We had a number. Josh Locke, I think, was a two-time.
Josh Locke as well.
Two-time finisher. Jeff Garmeyer, obviously. As we watch Jody Seminole here as she works her way down Beaver Street. And as Beth points out, awesome to have another lady cross the finish line. She is our 7th lady to cross the finish line here. So great to get a top 10 finish for Jody.
She's making that left on Birch. She's looking so strong. I know the footage is choppy, and we will make sure that we send it to our crisp, clean finish line cam.
She's got quite the kick right now. She's really
moving. Moving really strong. The Nebraska native. She was out here last year and was Where did she finish?
She was, I think, 36. I have it.
Yeah,
up
I think
here.
she was maybe the 10th or 11th female. She's the 9th female last year.
So improving on that finish. 40th overall, so I think improving on her overall finish as well as her finish in the female category.
She'll be making the right-hand turn.
And she is about to make the final turn in the Cocodona 250.
And you can see her there on our finish line cam. Nebraska's own two-time Cocodona finisher, 2 top 10 finishes. Our 7th female finisher, Miss Jody Seminole. What an incredible effort. She ran so strong all day, all week. I continue saying all day, all week. So here we get a little bit of a look at Jody.
Another 2-time finisher here in the chat, Jeff Garmeyer, joining us as Jody Seminole celebrates. Get some photos here after crossing her 2nd Cocodona 250 finish line. Congratulations to Jody.
Yeah, amazing accomplishment, Jody.
And it's always fun, all these runners always have so many emotions when they cross the line here. And I can't imagine the emotional journey they go through out there as they're battling through the low moments and enjoying the highs overnight when it's cold or windy. And appreciating the work that their crew and their families did to help get them to the finish line as well. So cool to see them have to have this moment together and enjoy that finish line.
Yeah, huge shout out to Jody. Getting to celebrate with her friends and family.
And with Jody coming here across the finish, let's look on to see who our next finisher will likely be. It looks like another Californian here, David Odell, 55 from Santa Barbara, is in line here to become our next Cocodona 250 finisher. He looks to be about 4 or 5 miles out from the finish line right now.
And Jeff in the chat. Today is not a day where I'm deciding on next year. Well, I think that you should, though, Jeff. That's the thing. So I think that you should, in fact, be deciding on next year. And I think that if we had enough big chat energy, that maybe we could sucker Jeff into coming. Plus, Jeff, you know that you love coming down to Arizona to see all the good folks at Aravaipa, and we love seeing you. So,
well, let's see if we can get some of that breaking news here in the chat this morning that Jeff Garmire wants to come back out here and do it. Maybe get a prediction on his finish. Let's really go for it here.
Yeah, at the very least, Jeff, even if you don't decide today, can you let us break the news, or can you break the news with us? That'd be wonderful, and I would be honored to share that our men's 5th place finisher would be returning next year, and maybe next year could be the year that we get some good training in, Jeff, and we do the Cocodouble.
Someone's got to be the first to do it, and then I don't think there's a better candidate out there than Jeff Garmire.
The Cocodouble 500. On the way out, you get aid stations.
On the way back, it just gets hotter.
Yeah. On the way back, you're relying on McDonald's and gas stations.
Yeah.
But again, huge shout out to Jody Seminel on just an incredible performance. And a huge shout out to Jeff as well, who wrote some really good articles for our website in the lead up to Cocodona. So you can go over to the Aravaipa Running webpage, and if you go to our blog, you'll see some of the amazing insights that Jeff had on some of the topics surrounding how do you even prepare for a race like this, and why do you do something like this? So, huge shout out to Jeff, amazing person. Despite all his big cat energy, just a really great normal dude. So.
And if you haven't been following along with the amazing Aravaipa social media team, definitely hop on Instagram and check out what they have going on there. Some really cool stuff in their Instagram stories, including a little content on the People's Champ Eric Sensman this morning. So definitely some fun stuff to check out on there as well too. So follow the Cocodona 250 on Instagram and check out the content they've been posting. It's been really, really excellent all week, and I'm sure it will remain so as we have runners still out on the course working towards their finish. And people in the chat pulling up some real crazy ideas, like the idea of starting in Flagstaff and then going to Black Canyon to do the race. So doing the Coco double but finishing in the race, that seems particularly insane. But I like where everyone's heads are at this morning.
Yeah, but that might be easier.
Yeah, you get the support and the aid stations on the way back, so I guess that makes sense.
Well, and there's no cutoff, so you could start,
take 2 months or however long you want, yeah.
Let's see, it looks like our finish cam is back up. And again, we currently cannot get audio on any of our remote cams. For the time being, we aren't having any technical issues. I just can't get to the place that I need to be able to unmute stuff on our end. So
Well, we have faith here that that eventually at some point today we'll have that audio coming through. But right now we're just waiting on our next couple finishers here to come through. Next up looks to be David Odell. He is right around mile 247, so he's departed from that Mount Eldon aid station and making his way towards downtown Flagstaff here, down the mountain. As we look back in the field, it looks like some of the tracking here has cleared up, and we have maybe a clearer picture of who is still in the race. Right now, it's looking like potentially Danny Westergaard and Jeffrey Foote were maybe our last two finishers out of Munns Park 2. Their tracking shows to have updated right around the 188-mile mark, so they are heading towards Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. There are a couple runners who are listed as behind them who we don't quite have clarity on yet, but we'll keep checking in on it and let you know when we get some updates there. The next major aid station coming out of Munns Park is 205. That's Walnut Canyon. And right now we look to have, Kelly Canyon. We look to have a number of runners here at Kelly Canyon right now. Brian Schreiber, Paul Murray, Larry Phoenix, the Flagstaff native, Matt Murray, Abraham Mancino, Nate Dervin, Aaron Fleischer, and Aaron Drasler all look to be at that aid station, while Chris Guerra, Deborah Hamberlin, and Russell Costeca, as well as number 75, Amy Palmero Winters, our athlete running with the prosthesis, have moved out and are on their way to Fort Tuthill. And looking in, I know we had some questions about Winters earlier with her tracker being a little bit off. It looks like that is still off, but we'll keep updating it and keep taking a look on it. And looking for an update on Wes Plate. He looks to have recently departed from that Walnut Canyon aid station. That's mile 229. We did have a camera there on that aid station earlier, so we can maybe head back to that and see what's going on there. So we are taking a look here at some runners at Walnut Canyon. If we can get some bib numbers, we will get those and let you know who is there and who is not. And an update here from Deb telling us that Richard Murphy, who we followed briefly yesterday with Jameel, that he has unfortunately DNF. Sorry to hear that, Richard, but way to get through 171 miles of the Cocodona 250. That is still a pretty BA accomplishment regardless. So,
yeah, and again, he was looking really strong climbing up Walnut Canyon and was in good spirits. So while it's sad to see, obviously, his day end at Munns Park, it looked like he was having a good time out there, and I hope he enjoyed his journey.
And right now we are looking in at the Walnut Canyon aid station here, mile 229. This is the last aid station where runners can meet their crew and pick up a pacer for the last section of the course here. Having some questions on, I think, for Fan Yang. I believe he dropped out yesterday, unfortunately, the Phoenix area native.
Yep.
Actually hung out with him at a Queen Creek Running Company group run a couple weeks ago as he was preparing. I know he was coming off some injuries, though, and had some hiccups in his training over the last couple weeks, so unfortunate that he did not make it through.
Looks like what bib number is that? Looks like bib 99.
Jake,
which would make sense. Yeah.
Jake Donath, yep, 229.2 from Heather Meadows, Washington. The 30-year-old here looks like he is maybe about to head out or maybe just heading in. Tough to say.
We'll see if we can get some more bibs. We got someone getting their ankle worked on, their feet. Oh, getting socks put on maybe. How much sleep have I had, Matt? Jeff, I'm gonna say, out of respect, I'm just gonna say more than you have. So I won't say a number because I know that you and all of these other amazing athletes out there who are sleeping in dirt, using rocks and their poles and their hiking packs as pillows, are not getting much sleep. So I'm here. I'm full of energy. I've got the IV drip of coffee, of caffeine just flowing into my veins, as I'm excited for our upcoming finishers. We had a hot start here too.
We did.
I woke up and I was like, oh, if I don't hurry and get this live stream started, we're going to miss Carrie Henderson, the Illinois native who now lives in Flagstaff. So I started the live stream with nothing set up, with no commentary, and tried to build stuff on the back end as we were going. And we got to see Miss Carrie finish, followed by the great Jose Sosa. And then we had Jody Seminole. There was one more.
Greg Ottinger was our
That's
other
right.
California
yeah,
finisher
he was right
here.
after Jose. Greg Ottinger of San Diego.
We got some big Matt energy in the chat, so love to see that. And Matt deserves, well, he's going to talk himself down here. He deserves a shout out for keeping the train running here in the commentary booth. So Matt's been killing it here all week on very little sleep and doing an awesome job and making this race so much fun to follow.
Just powered by Folgers right now. Shout out to Folgers, affordable coffee for the everyday person. You can drink copious amounts without impacting your wallet. So maybe we can get a Folgers partnership for next year's Cocodona, or I am also open to any sort of Folgers partnership as an individual as well. I don't race much. I don't train much, so I'm not sure if they're looking to get into the trail space, but I would not be the person for that. But I do talk on commentary a lot, and I am always powered by Folgers anyway, so who knows?
Well,
maybe
I think
one day dreams can come true.
I think maybe with all the great local coffee that exists here in Phoenix and Flagstaff, we could probably do a little better than Folgers here.
That's true. That's true.
Booth, yeah.
I don't want to insult all of the amazing. I did talk up late for the train. Macy's, another favorite, another local favorite up in Flag. Plenty of great coffee down here in Phoenix as well, in the valley.
And right now we are still looking in here at Walnut Canyon aid station mile 229. So we just had some eyes on bib number 99, and his name is slipping from me right now. That was Jake Donath getting some aid and getting ready to head out here towards Mount Eldon mile 242.
Oh, God. Oh, gosh, I should say. Apologies. Matt's Drip Coffee has entered the chat. You know, I probably shouldn't have given Folgers that free promo.
Yeah, you can't give free
him.
shine here. That's not how this works. No free rides.
But you are right. Plenty of good local coffee. Cartel Coffee was the one that I was trying to think of here. When I lived in Georgia, visited Phoenix. Best coffee I've ever had. It was also super early at the airport, like 4 a.m., so that could have also played a factor. But
that cartel coffee in the airport is absolutely clutch. So
this might be up there, probably for you and I. Comment of the week, the Coffee Club podcast sponsorship out of Boulder. Shout out to the good folks at the Coffee Club pod. I believe Is that the Aussies?
Oh, I have no idea.
Isn't that
Oh yeah,
Oh no.
Morgan
Yeah,
McDonald.
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
That's right.
So Aussie runner.
Yeah. And why
Y-
can't I think of his name? He also ran at Wisconsin when Morgan was there.
Ollie Hoare.
Ollie.
Yep, Ollie Hoare, Morgan McDonald. It looks
Das.
like their tagline is your mom's favorite podcast.
With
Which
the U.
with the U, yep, your
Have to.
mom's. So shout out to Coffee Club there. Shout out to coffee in general. just love me some coffee. So that's just keeping me going this morning as well.
Yeah, the On Running Club boys.
Shout out here, Ian Jones, of course, repping the OC, coming across that finish line last night.
And we do have another dump truck sighting. I know that the chat was stoked for that at the finish earlier this morning, so I want to send it over there, but we do have a runner leaving, so
See if we can get a bib here on that.
yeah. I think John can hear us probably, although I don't know. But if we can get a bib.
50? No, it's not 56. That's a wild stab in the dark.
Oh, here we go. Oh, that's 66.
66.
We just had him.
Nathan
That was
Warner
Nathan Warner.
from Tucson, Arizona, heading out there with his pacer, 2 mile 142.
Oh, no, that's 99. We're reading
99.
it the other way. That is Jake Denath. It's hilarious that they are at the same aid
They
station.
are at the same aid station, yeah. So, all right, so Jake Denath here, that is from Heather Meadows, Washington. We did just look at him earlier, so.
Yeah. I was like, wait, we saw that bib earlier.
Yeah.
And then still read it wrong.
You gotta
Great.
they should put the lines underneath it or something. Love in the chat here, caffeine energy, dump truck energy, all kinds of energy. Little do our runners know we're gonna make this an obstacle course race over the last 15 yards. Got to climb over the dumpster truck, parkour over the little posts there in front of the finish line to get across here.
Well, Michael McKnight with a new course record this year with the alternate finish, where he had to turn on San Francisco.
Oh no!
Oh no! He turned on the street between Beaver Street and Heritage Square.
Oh yeah. So that's
There's
probably
another
LaRue.
Or yeah, it might be LaRue. I can look because we have a map. Yeah, so he had to turn on LaRue and come in by the Heritage Square restrooms, which I think everyone knows of right there by the
right by
there's
Diablo
a
Burger.
breakfast place next to Diablo Burger.
like the
Crepes.
creperie.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
creperie.
Well, it looks like we have 3 course records now. Last year's course record, this year's course record, and the alternate course record, which Michael McKnight ran. So,
Yeah. Well, and I'm
maybe-
sure we had someone with an alternate finish last year as
well,
well.
Jose Sosa also went off course, so he could technically have an alternate course record as well too. So, lots of alternate course records here this year. Everybody gets a course record.
Alicia Jenkins in the chat saying, bye, Jake. Bye, Jake.
Jake Denath, number 99, heading out there from Walnut Canyon this morning.
And we'll send it back here.
And it looks like David Odell is arriving at Buffalo Park here, so we are waiting on him to come through the finish line. That's number 141, coming through Buffalo Park and heading down towards the streets of Flagstaff.
This was a good. Were you on when we were? I'm trying to think of who was on with me. It's been that long ago, but we were listening in to. Oh, it may have just been me. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Michael McKnight was telling us that last year during the section up to Lane Mountain, where everyone was just getting brutalized, he actually sat under a cactus and tried to call to romp and wanted to get helicoptered out. And he had no service.
Oh no, that's got to be a bad feeling. It's got to be a bad feeling.
James Tadieski in the chat.
brother to the Denim Cowboy. Good morning to you as well.
We got another runner leaving here. If we can get a bib. Oh, it looks like maybe coming in, it looks like.
Okay. Anthony Tadejewski, he is currently at mile 208, so he has left Kelly Canyon and is on his way to mile 213, Fort Tut Hill. So Denim Cowboy is moving well this morning. It looks like we have bib 160 here. That is Brian Hamilton. So I think is that leaving? That looks like leaving. So Brian Hamilton looks to be heading out of Walnut Canyon here. Brian Hamilton from Portland, Oregon, from the Great Pacific Northwest, heading out towards Mount Eldon. And right now still waiting on David Odell as he heads down the final couple sections of hill here. And Brian Hamilton from Ireland and lives in the Pacific Northwest, so from the Emerald Isle, looks to be celebrating, having a good time out there, getting ready to start his final leg of his journey here at Cocodona.
And we now... Oh, wait. Yeah, but we now have the ability to unmute our remote cams. So shout out to Jamil for helping me get that set up. We are out at Walnut Canyon here. And if John can unmute on his end. We will be able to listen here.
Stephen Crawford pointing out that we had runners who had run that Lane Mountain sections more than once to get ready for those for the race. That is, those are some dedicated people to take on that 10,000 plus foot climb up that Lane Mountain section to get ready for this one. So I'm sure they were more than prepared for the climbs that actually ended up happening on the alternate course. So Crawford pointing out that we had runners who had run that Lane Mountain sections more than once to get ready for those for the race. That is, those are some dedicated people to take on that 10,000 plus foot climb up that Lane Mountain section.
Soon out at Lane Mountain with some audio. Thank you everyone for continuing to be bearing with us here.
And right now we're still looking in here at Walnut Canyon, checking in on some crews and runners as they receive a little aid.
There we go. Got some good audio here. I think we've got things figured out here in the studio now.
Looks like we're potentially looking in on here on bib 184, Mike Wilkinson. So checking in on him and his crew. Again, here we're looking in on Mike Wilkinson, bib 184 at the Walnut Canyon aid station, mile 229. And we are waiting on David Odell to come across the finish line here. Still about maybe a mile and a half out, so we're keeping an eye on that as he makes his way down into downtown Flagstaff.
Doing great. You're doing great. I love this stuff. You don't mind if I
close up on that guy?
Oh,
You're gonna make everybody close down their.
no, dude, they love
She's a beaut. Stan throws up on his foot.
Oh my god.
Nice, beautiful blistered foot there. But that's the price you pay. 230 miles in, as you continue making your way on this epic adventure. Getting those taken care of before he has to head up and over Mount Eldon.
Seems to be in good spirits. Seems to be having a good time out there.
Nice, beautiful blistered foot there. That's I will mute the field there as we're getting a little bit of feedback. And again, we will be keeping an eye out for our next projected finisher, who it looks like is about to exit Buffalo Park. It's going to take the Switzer Canyon Trail down to the streets of Flagstaff and Heritage Square.
And David Odell here having a great race, having a great day inside the top 30. You can count the number of finishers here as well. He will be our 29th finisher here this morning. David Odell from Santa Barbara, California. And he looks to be out of Buffalo Park and about 1 mile away. So he is on the roads here in Flagstaff.
And we are taking a look at, I believe, bib 184, Mike Wilkinson.
Yep, Mike Wilkinson getting his feet worked on.
eyes on Mr. David Odell in the coming moments. We do have some runners coming in. Runner and a pacer.
49, it looks like.
Yeah, is that Kylie?
That is Kylie Aldaz.
Yep, she just celebrated a birthday with all of us here as she was running the Cocodona 250. Had a birthday.
Had a birthday. Great way to celebrate. Now she heads out of Walnut Canyon on her way to Mount Eldon.
And we are out looking for Mr. Odell here in the streets of Flagstaff.
Should be getting him into view here any moment as he works his way down towards the Flagstaff Medical Center and Beaver Street.
Come back here to Walnut Canyon for the time being.
And we are watching Kylie Aldaz leave that Walnut Canyon aid station mile 229. Again, that is the last aid station where you can pick up a pacer or meet with crew. The final aid station at Mount Eldon, mile 242, is a little more remote. So if you're picking up a crew, they got to go with you to the finish there. So 21-mile section. And currently we are here looking on the camera, looking for Mr. David Odell, who is primed to be our 29th finisher here at the Cocodona 250 in 2022. And this will be his first finish here at Cocodona.
This is where it all comes to a conclusion. Here, downtown Flagstaff, at Heritage Square, we should be seeing a Mr. Odell in the coming minutes. So it looks like he is making his left turn onto Beaver Street.
Probably stuck at a crosswalk. And Mally, you are correct. Some might say those turns are iconic. The left turn onto Beaver, followed by that left turn on the Birch. You are absolutely correct. And we are tuned in here to Heritage Square as we wait for our remote cam to catch view of David Odell coming in here to the finish, 2:48 in. And we will have a number of finishers coming here to you this morning. After David Odell, Chris Ragsdale is next up, about 4 miles or so away from the finish, and Christy Haswell about 5 miles away from the finish. So a couple runners here making their way down Mount Eldon towards downtown Flagstaff. The next significant cutoff, Terry, is going to be 7:30 p.m. out at the Fort Hill aid station. This morning there was a cutoff at 6 a.m. on the out bound Munns Park aid. So we did have a number of runners not make that cutoff. Right now it's looking like our final runner on course is Stephen Park, who looks to be just past that mile 187.88 mark. Josh Garza and Jamie Johnson, as well as Tom Attard and Danny Westergaard, are also seem to be in that group as well. Right now, here we are at Heritage Square, awaiting the arrival of David Odell from Santa Barbara, California, as he puts the finishing touches on his Cocodona 250.
Lots of Californians finishing this morning.
It is a SoCal morning. San Diego, I think it was a Chula Vista,
Yep.
and now a Santa Barbara.
Again, we are we are just awaiting our next finisher, Amber Myers. Did I miss Jose Sosa? You indeed did. We came on a little bit early to catch Carrie Henderson finish, and she was followed shortly by Jose Sosa. And then Jose was followed shortly by another San Diegoan,
San Diegan,
Greg Ottinger. We should have eyes on David Odell in the coming minutes. Hey, Sarah, if you send me the link via email, matt@aravaiparunning.com, I can pin the Spotify playlist in the chat.
Some good information here from Stephen Crawford. If a runner left Munns Park 1 minute before the cutoff, they must maintain a 30-minute per mile pace from Munns to Fort Tut Hill. That's assuming no time spent in the aid station to remain in front of the cutoff. So good information there. Thanks for that, Stephen, as we will be keeping an eye on everyone here as they make their way to beat that 7:30 p.m. cutoff.
Looks like we have eyes on Mr. David Odell.
Just about a half mile left here for David.
David having himself a really strong run today. or this week rather. He's about to find himself the finish line.
Knocking out a top 30 finish for David, 29th overall. Just a super consistent run here as we watch him work his way with his pacer down Beaver Street. David seems to be looking good and moving well here.
And you said he is going to be the 29th finisher?
29th finisher.
Looks like we may lose that here shortly, so we're going to send it to our finish line cam, and well, it looks like maybe we've got that camera back here. Shout out to Allie on the Alley cam.
Allie doing great work out there, catching our runners coming in here to the finish line. And they are coming by the church here in downtown. And we are watching David Odell make his way down Beaver Street towards Birch. Going to notch a top 30 finish here, 29th overall. His first finish at the Cocodona 250. And his first finish in the esteemed over 200-mile distance. First thing he's done over 100 miles.
Jay Frew1 in the chat asking how many runners used the non-profit fundraising option or had $1,400 worth of race credits. I'm not sure. I know that there were a number of them, but I don't know how many.
You know, I think we're talking about ordinary people here, but if you run 250 miles, you are no longer an ordinary, you are extraordinary.
Switch it over to the finish cam as we catch David Odell, the Santa Barbara, California native, coming into the finish line. He's going to be your 29th finisher of the 2022 Cocodona 250.
And there it is, David Odell from Santa Barbara, California, notching his first Cocodona 250 finish, 29th overall for the 55-year-old from Santa Barbara, California. What a run. Looking strong coming in here through the finish line. Greeting some friends and family. Going to get himself a chair. Getting some photos here of his finish at Cocodona. Congratulations are on completing your adventure through central and northern Arizona.
And it looks like we do have some eyes in the sky out at Walnut Canyon or Kelly Canyon. Let's take a look here at the scenes from overhead.
What a
at
what
Kelly
a
Canyon.
picture, and you can see
Mile 205 here. So everyone who was leaving Munns Park 2 prior to the cutoff, this is where they are heading here.
I love the view you get of the peaks and of the imposing facade of Mount Eldon in the distance there as well, too. Definitely a cool shot.
We'll send it back here to Mr. Odell. And a good question in the chat, is 55 our oldest finisher so far?
I think so. I think Todd Bachman was our previous oldest finisher at 49, and Mark Vogel also at 49. So I believe that this is our oldest finisher so far.
Got our good friend Pornbot in the chat.
Starting early today.
Starting early. Well, that's how you know it's a good time here on the Cocodona 250 live stream. And I do have the public Cocodona 250 Spotify playlist.
And people asking about some of our younger athletes. We know Mark DeFalco, still out there on course, is 23 years old. So I believe that he is one of our younger runners out there.
And so if you want to check out the crowdsourced, the fan-sourced Cocodona 250 Spotify playlist, I hope that it is filled with Rob Ricardo music from the film Inaugural Year. Shout out to my good friend Rob, who allowed us to use a lot of his music, as well as his commentary voice, as well as some custom music that he made just for the film. So huge shout out to Rob, who is typically listening while at work, like a boss. Adult dating sites. And so with David Odell having finished,
Yeah,
that
we're
means
looking at Chris Ragsdale right now at around mile 247 as our next proposed finisher, the 44-year-old from Seattle, Washington. He is approaching Buffalo Park here. So just he's on the single track section here on those social trails behind Buffalo Park. So he should be here within the next 45 minutes to an hour.
looks like we do have some runners here. Looks like a pacer bib.
And this is out at Kelly Canyon, correct?
Yep. Shout out to Jamil for the wonderful aerial shot. Try to see If we can get a bib number on this runner here. That is at mile 205. Kelly Canyon. Looks like could be a number of people. It looks like that could be Aaron Drassler. Yeah, and the chat letting me know that's Aaron.
Aaron Drassler from Colorado here, Boulder, Colorado native. Shout out to Boulder. Mile 205. Looks like getting ready to maybe head out here of Kelly Canyon and hit this 8-mile section towards Fort Tut Hill. And we'll be keeping an eye on here as the latter half of the field makes their way towards that Kelly Canyon aid station. Stephen Park, Jamie Johnson, Josh Garza, Tom Attard, and Danny Westergaard seem to be the ones who were last made it out of Munns Park 2 ahead of the cutoff and are heading towards Kelly Canyon. Right now, it looks like we have a number of runners here at the station, including Aaron Drassler, Brian Schreiber, Jason Vanderhovel, and Abraham Goldring getting close, along with Hernan Garcia. And looks like we've had some runners here recently move on from this station, including Matt Murray, Paul Murray, Aaron Fleischer, and Abraham Mancino as they make their way towards Fort Tut Hill, mile 213. And checking in on Amy Paulmeyer Winters, whose tracker earlier was being a little bit wacky. She seems to be back on course there, so all seems to be well as she is heading towards Fort Tut Hill. And as we talk about Fort Tut Hill, there seem to be a bunch of athletes there. Munns Park was our party station yesterday evening. It looks like currently Fort Tut Hill is popping right now with a number of athletes who are either taking aid or taking some rest there. And we do have some that are getting close, including Michelle Wagner and Francesco Sinopoli. And just departing that station recently, Steve Ellis, Sketch Diddy, Joan Hellman starting to make their way towards Walnut Canyon aid station at mile 229.4. As we look at a drone shot overlooking here that Kelly Canyon aid station, mile 205, where we just had some eyes on Aaron Drassler and her pacer as they look like they were preparing to depart and make their way towards Fort Tut Hill. Kelly Canyon seems to be serving some chicken fajitas and chicken nuggets, so definitely some tasty fare to be had here. I'm sure that is welcome for some of our runners. And looking forward at that 229 Walnut Canyon aid station. Right now, Mandy Goody, Nathan Warner seem to still be there. We did watch Kylie Aldaz take off from there earlier. We also watched Mike Wilkinson get his feet worked on at 229. Getting close there to Walnut Canyon is Tina Ormaz and John Wolfinger, as well as Flagstaff native Amy Gordon are on their way. and it looks like Phyllis Stanley could be approaching Fort Tut Hill, and that does seem to be Yep, Phyllis Stanley does either seem to be at Fort Tet Hill or approaching there, so she should be somewhere in the area as well. As we look on here at Kelly Canyon Aid, mile 205.
People are loving the spam bots in the chat. No, that's how you know you made it when you're getting spammed by random and inappropriate accounts.
Well, you know, they're just trying to make sure that everybody finds love, Matt, and it's important that everyone feels loved, so, you know. Wilkins' feet showing up here in the chat. They were on the live stream getting some work done.
Well, and we have found out that this kind of pink-purple circle A was also Versteeg's sandals earlier.
Ah, interesting.
And the black chair at the finish.
It's a man who wears many coats.
Yeah. There was another one here.
Well, we had a number of aliases pop in there. I know Simpson's mustache has been in at some point today.
There's also the chafed
recently.
cowboy.
Up
And
here,
Matt's
and
Drip
Matt's
Coffee.
Drip Coffee.
Oh, and we can now identify who it is.
Well, just like
The chat
Batman,
may have already done that, but
they may have done that. We don't want to go in here and reveal and unmask the man who purports himself to be Wilkins' feet. So we can leave that for the chat detectives to look at here. As we look at this drone shot here of Kelly Canyon 8th Station, mile 205.
and this is bib number 59, Aaron Drasler.
And we will be watching the next finisher when they come in. That will be Chris Ragsdale, it looks like, who is right around mile 248. So he is approaching Buffalo Park, so we'll be making sure to catch him as he makes his way down into Flagstaff.
The black chair at Heritage Square. That's a good one. People asking for an update on Junior the Dinosaur and his runner, David Duran. About a half hour ago was the last time his satellite pinged, and he was at mile 196, so on his way to Kelly Canyon here.
And Chris Ragsdale seems to be in Buffalo Park now.
So we'll see him in just a matter of moments.
This will be Chris's first finish at Cocodona. He did run the Across the Years 24 hours, running 105 miles in 24 hours, finishing 6th overall there back in December. Has a few 100-milers under his belt, but this will be his first finish of anything over 100. Oh, excuse me. No, he has run the Moab 240 as well, so has some experience here with the ultra-long stuff as we await him to come through Buffalo Park here and make it to the finish line. And right now we're still looking in here on Kelly Canyon and watching Erin Drasler prepare herself to head out here on the next section of the course. Good to see some fans here for Kylie Aldaz. We did just watch her leave Walnut Canyon here just a few minutes ago, so we did have eyes on her as she was heading on her way towards Mount Eldon and aid station 242. Cool to see that Chris Ragsdale and his family, where ultras seem to be a family affair. So, fun fact there. Thanks, Jeff, as he is right now making his way through Buffalo Park and on his way to the Schweitzer Canyon Trail to head down onto the paved roads past Flagstaff Medical Center, down Beaver Street, take the left on Birch and the right there into Heritage Square to finish his run here at the Cocodona 250. And if you're looking to maybe catch some other finishing footage that maybe wasn't captured here on the live stream, I'd urge you to go check out the Cocodona 250 Instagram page. They do have some photos here of Rhoda Smoker coming across the finish line and Minna Abraham. So if you're looking to see some of that footage that we did not capture here on the live stream, go on to the Cocodona 250 Instagram and you can see some of that there. They do have some great content that they've been putting up on there. Right now we're waiting on Chris Ragsdale, bib 111, as he makes his way through Buffalo Park and heads down to downtown Flagstaff. Hopefully we'll be able to get some eyes on him as he makes his way down there.
Sounds like Chris Ragsdale's 14-year-old son, Caden, ran the Lumberjack 100 just last June.
Quite an accomplishment.
I could barely run a couple laps around the track at that point.
Yeah, I think at 14 years old, I was not mentally capable of getting through a 100-mile run. So that's an impressive kid for sure. I was too busy playing PlayStation probably. And right now we're still looking in here at Kelly Canyon Aid, mile 205. If you're just joining us, we watched David Odell, Jody Seminel, Greg Ottinger, and Jose Sosa, as well as Carrie Henderson there come across the finish line this morning. And we are waiting on Chris Ragsdale, who is less than 2 miles away right now as we watched Erin Drasler here get ready to head out of the mile 205.8 at Kelly Canyon and make her way towards Fort Tut Hill.
C. Wilson in the chat. Apparently bought a new Verdicts 2 and said it was Michael McKnight cutting a promo at 3 o'clock in the morning after he finished about how he still had 30 or 13% battery life left He had it in full tracking mode and had the map on
Wow.
the entire time, and still had plenty of
Still-
time to spare. Still had it
That's
with
incredible.
13%. He still had a few days.
He could have gone. Yeah, he could have started the Cocodona 500. He could have started.
He could have gone back.
Could have gone back
Yeah.
and gotten some of that data. I was talking yesterday how Joe McConaughey, also I believe wearing a Koros watch, posted his whole thing on Strava, and I don't think I've ever seen a Strava activity that long before. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, we're starting to see a number of Strava activities pop up. I think I've been seeing them being shared via social. It's cool to see.
And looks like someone else maybe just popped into that Kelly Canyon aid station. See if we can maybe get a bib on that. Could be Abraham Goldring potentially, or Stephen Epifano, maybe Josh Canning. There are a number of candidates there potentially.
It looks like Chris Ragsdale is heading down the Switzer Canyon Trail. And he will head over to the roads of downtown Flagstaff.
Jenny's saying they must have charged that during the event, with Koros watches that have over 120 hours of GPS battery life. He probably did not have to get that watch charged during the race itself. The watch was fully capable of making it to the finish line with plenty of battery to spare over the course of a sub 70-hour, 250-mile run.
Yeah, and huge shout out to our good friends over at Koros. For our viewing audience, if you want to upgrade your watch like C. Wilson did, you can go over to Koros.com, add any accessory aside from pods and gift cards to your cart, and use the promo code Cocodona to get that accessory for free. So treat yourself to, a new watch band or an additional watch band, a keychain charger, a shirt, anything like that. Add it to your cart. Use the promo code Cocodona.
And it looks like Chris Ragsdale has moved on to the Switzer Canyon section of the trail here. So he is out of Buffalo Park and now heading down the trail towards Forest and then to make that left on Beaver Street. And we're looking in on mile 205 here, the Kelly Canyon aid station. We just watched Erin Drasler prepare herself to head out as we await the arrival of Chris Ragsdale here in downtown Flagstaff. And a lot of Koros love here in the chat. Love to see it. People exclaiming of the wonders of the battery life. So definitely a watch worth wearing if you are into ultras.
Still haven't charged my watch, and it's at 54% from Garmeyer in the chat. The free outside. Shout out to Jeff, esteemed author. You can go buy his book, The Free Outside. again, we are tuned in to the Kelly Canyon aid station. Someone in the chat, I hope my Koros can make it through Mugian in September.
Pretty confident it will.
And look at these beautiful, beautiful views from the Kelly Canyon aid station here. As again, our next finisher should be coming to the finish at Heritage Square in just a matter of minutes. He is on the Switzer Canyon Trail leaving Buffalo Park. Looks like we're getting a battery change here. Oh, no, Jamila is following a runner in, maybe. And here are the scenes from the finish here in Heritage Square.
We're waiting on our 30th finisher, Chris Ragsdale, just about a little under a mile and a half in. Looks like he is making his way down that trail, the Switzer Canyon Trail down to Forest.
We've got a biker coming through. I wonder if that's the same biker from the other day.
Better than a garbage truck at this point in time. Some love here in the chat for Kylie Aldaz. We just watched her leave the Walnut Canyon aid station just a couple minutes ago. So she was making her way towards Mount Eldon. So having a good race, looks good. And we are waiting here on Chris Ragsdale as we are on the finish line cam here at downtown Flagstaff, Heritage Square.
Can't wait to see in the coming years how much big Heritage Square energy there is.
Absolutely.
At the finish line. And who knows, Colleen Lingley trying to round up the troops for tomorrow's finish.
Well,
so we may see a crowd.
I would hope so. It's always a cool moment as those last couple finishers come in. So hopefully the people here at Flagstaff can show out for them.
Jeff in the chat, how is the finish line energy? Jeff, you know the finish line energy when Jubilee Page is on site is always a good time. So, but the finish line energy would obviously be elevated with the Tiger King himself.
Yeah, it can only improve if Jeff gets out there. The more the merrier at the finish line.
Yeah, truly incredible. And it looks like race director Steve is heading out, so let's check in on Chris's last ping was about 9 minutes ago, so he should be coming at any minute. We've got our eyes on all our other camera feeds here in studio, so we will not miss it. It looks like we do have some footage from Walnut Canyon here.
And we are tuned in here out at Walnut Canyon. This is mile 229.
And we do also have our alley cam out looking for Chris Ragsdale So we should be seeing him soon. I always get worried when I see the race director Steve walking back in towards the finish line. I'm like, oh my gosh.
And it looks like Chris has turned onto Beaver Street, so we should be getting eyes on him very shortly.
And we will send it to our alley cam.
And Chris will be our
And
30th
I believe
finisher.
we have him right here, maybe. No, it's...
Just some walkers.
Yep. Probably walking down. They probably had to park all the way up here. Walk down to Heritage Square.
Yeah, so much traffic
Get ready.
here. From the finish line, he's got to park a mile or so away.
Do have a runner coming into Walnut Canyon here. We'll see if we can get a bib.
And we're tuned in back into Heritage Square as we wait for our 30th finisher, Chris Ragsdale, to get on into the finish line here. He is only about a half mile away, coming down Beaver Street as we speak.
Looks like we maybe do have some feet at Walnut Canyon here. And we've got the jam cam down here. Nope. So we're tuned into Walnut Canyon. We're keeping our eyes out for Chris Ragsdale as well.
And a lot of Pacific Northwest love coming in here for Chris.
I'm seeing the jam cam now. There we go. Jamil, how are you doing? Looks like he's muted, but we may get some bib
See what's
numbers
going
here.
on over here. Okay, what are we making here?
Got chicken nuggets and a grilled ham and cheese.
Woo!
Ooh.
Nuggets in the
Yep.
morning.
Yep.
Nothing
Yummy.
better.
Grilled ham and cheese, but it really feels like lunchtime if we're being honest.
Who knows what day it is?
Nope. Not clue. I told multiple people it's Thursday, so that's fine.
Amazing. And that is the wonderful
I didn't
Kelly
know I was gonna come out here like a
Short
Of,
order cook.
master.
of Kelly Canyon fame. She was on earlier, and it looks like we do have
That's
Chris
basi-
Ragsdale here. So we're going to send it to Chris here. We're on the alley cam. We're going to follow Chris in.
The 44-year-old from Seattle, Washington, making his first finish at Cocodona 250, just a little under a half mile away.
What a nice little food offering there at Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, some chicken nuggies.
Oh, those look nice.
It did look nice, making me a little hungry.
Looks like this may have frozen.
I'm sure Chris Ragsdale could go for some chicken nuggets right now as well.
Let's go ahead and see who we have here at Kelly Canyon. We've got an Arizona flag.
Okay. Because I just started cooking.
And we're going to come, looks like that feed may have cleaned up a little bit here. Either way, we're going to stick with Chris Ragsdale here as he's being brought to the finish. We'll get that crisp finish line shot.
That nice feed of
Our
capturing
scatter
that
cam
moment
here.
as he finishes up his race.
So he should just, looks like maybe he's just going by the church there.
Yeah, just a couple blocks away from the turn onto Birch.
Left on Beaver, left on Birch.
Iconic, some might say.
That should probably be a t-shirt.
there you go.
Left on Beaver, left on Birch. And Chris Ragsdale is nearly home. The resident of Seattle, Washington, is making his left-hand turn on Birch. You see Dark Sky Brewing there in the background. All Cocodona participants got $5 off to go try some beer at Dark Sky Brewing.
Dark Sky is a great supporter of the running community in Flagstaff and abroad. They host some great little runs there from the brewery, and they just make great beer in general. Also a nice little Pizzacletta pizza oven there as well. Pizzacletta also a huge supporter of the ultra community.
And he should be getting close here. And I know this feed is...
And he has
feed
made the
is
left-hand turn
choppy.
on Birch, and he is very close to that
Yeah.
right turn into Heritage Square.
I do not want to miss it. And so we are going to send it to our static cam at the finish here, and there you see it. He makes the iconic turn down Cocodona Alley. The iconic right-hand turn. Here he is, Chris Ragsdale, Seattle, Washington, your 30th finisher
Number 30.
of this year's Cocodona 250. What a completely incredible effort. Chris Ragsdale, ladies and gentlemen.
Big hugs for family. Big hugs for the pacer for bringing
Big
it home
hugs,
across the finish
energy.
line.
What a run from Chris there. Let's see if we can go. As long as they're in shot here, we'll keep it on this feed. There he is, Chris Ragsdale. They're going to get a spot tracker, so a spot tracker doesn't try the Cocodouble.
Yeah, it looks like Ben Dolam has finished his spot tracker as well too. So
Oh, Ben Dolam finally getting across the line with his spot tracker. He finished up just ahead of Rhoda Smoker. Is his official finish. His spot tracker finished just behind David Odell. All of that will get worked out on the back end.
Chris Warden pointing out that Pizzacletta is the post-run meal in Flagstaff period. Can't say that he's necessarily wrong about that.
No, I think he's on to something there. And our kind of Phoenix version, our Valley version of that, the good folks over at Freak Brothers. You can go pick up a Freak Brothers pizza if if you're down in the valley.
We saw some great shots of some Freak Brothers pizza up in Prescott earlier in the week, a couple days ago.
How good do you think that tasted after running 61 miles around Prescott? You get to Whiskey Row. You're sitting in between a few old saloons on a patio there, and you're just served up a nice Freak Bros pizza.
I think the adjectives that I would use are not appropriate for Aravaipa at 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning. They're more best served for Aravaipa after dark. And there we go. Jeff Garmar himself had pizza clutta after his run yesterday, so if it's good enough for Jeff Garmire after the Cocodona 250, it's good enough for all of us.
But the question is, did Jeff go and try Ride Open Spaces, the Cocodona beer, over at Dark Sky Brewing? That's the real question.
That is the real question. Well, good thing is he has all day here today to test that out. And we just watched Chris Ragsdale come into the finish. Looks like next in line right now is Chris Walsh,
I think
Canadian.
we have maybe two runners pretty close to each other that'll be coming in.
Chris Walsh, yes, is right around the same space as Christy Haswell
Yep. And
from
so
Wyoming.
our good friend Shad, who's off duty just enjoying the sights and sounds of Flagstaff right now, said, there's two coming in, so I'll hop in and I'll bring one to the finish so that they both get their just due. So huge shout out to Shad. The Shad Cam, incredible. He might have more miles than Jamil just filming.
Just filming, yeah.
Just filming.
He was putting in the work yesterday. So excited to have him back here. Good for him for waking up and shaking off the stiff legs and getting back out there to film some more.
I mean, he probably followed 8 runners from Buffalo Park to the finish.
That's right. Yeah,
and then he has to go back out
there.
That's
a 2 mile run down, 2 mile run back up. That's not easy.
Oh, shout out to Shad. He just hops in our group chat and's like, oh, I'll hop on. Why not? I have a link, and I enjoy running, and I enjoy helping bring this live coverage to the masses. So I need to update our tracker here to Chris and Christy.
Christy Haswell, no stranger to 200-mile races. She's finished the Moab 240 as well and is signed up for the Bigfoot 200. So this is going to be a good warm-up for that. And she looks to finish here in the 32nd position and 8th woman overall.
Rob Martin in the chat. I love seeing some of our folks who have been volunteer filming most of the week hopping in the chat. Rob dropping some great insights. Chris was planning to run the race uncrewed.
Oh,
but
wow.
has been running with Christy for quite a while now, to where, and we said this last night,
Yes, yeah.
Christy's crew has kind of adopted Chris Walsh.
Good for that's awesome. It's
Their
cool that
adopted runner, Chris Walsh. So I'm assuming that those two are probably going to finish together.
Yeah, that'll be a cool
Be my
moment.
guess.
Having adopted Chris here as your adopted crew son over the course of the Cocodona 250. Looks like if we maybe pop on over to Walnut here real quick, we've got a pacer and a runner here, maybe getting ready to head out. Maybe get that name
Yep,
and
he's
info
trying to
here for
get
ya.
us. I know he's trying to get us the bib. Our feed here is, it's just delayed. And again, Walnut Canyon, not great reception
Yeah,
out there.
kind of out there in the middle of nowhere, a little bit east of Flagstaff. Looks like
looks like we have audio
67.
here.
That's
What runner do we have here? 67, 87.
so that's Tina Ormuz.
Yep.
International runner from Dubai.
Shout out to Dubai. Shout out to Tina.
Looks like departing here from Walnut Canyon and making her way, starting her trek to Mount Eldon, mile 242. As we follow Tina out here from mile 229 and the Walnut Canyon aid station.
Great job.
Thank you. Yeah.
And it looks like here we are awaiting on a couple other runners. John Wolfinger and Amy Gordon should be arriving here at mile 229 here shortly. Amy is a Flagstaff resident, and John Wolfinger, another Arizonan here from Prescott.
Oh, it doesn't. That doesn't kill him, but you could just, yeah, there you go. I think your handwriting's up in the top. Here you go.
Rob McDermott in the chat. Shout out to Colleen and Saul Vidrio. He said they were at mile 99, but they were at mile 199. He corrected himself before I could get to it. Shout out to Rob, who's been in the chat most of the week. And shout out to the Vidrios.
The ultimate marriage test of running 250 miles with your spouse. And we're here at Walnut Canyon, watching Tina Ormuz from Dubai take off from the Walnut Canyon aid station.
And there they are. Go back to our static cam here. We're starting to lose that feed. Looks like it might be back. Yep, there we go. And we will check in here at Heritage Square now. We'll take in the finish line here. There you see in the shot Aravaipa's own Mike Santos, the logistics coordinator, manager here at Aravaipa. So he helped make sure that all of what you see right here got from the start line to the finish line and got from all of the aid stations to the next aid station that it needed to go to. He does a great job working with our race directors to make sure everything is very dialed here.
A logistics extraordinaire for sure. And checking in here, keeping an eye on some of our runners at the back of the pack. It looks like they are moving and moving fairly well. Stephen Park, Josh Garza, and Jamie Johnson all approaching mile 190 or beyond. The next aid station they will be hitting is Kelly Canyon at mile 205. So they look to be making some progress there. As Stephen Crawford, the great Stephen Crawford, pointed out earlier in the chat that anybody who just left Munns Park past that 6 a.m. Cutoff time has to hold about 30-minute miles in order to reach Fort Tut Hill by 7:30 p.m. this evening to make that next cutoff. That's not assuming long stops at the Kelly Canyon aid station. So we'll be monitoring their progress throughout the day here.
And speaking of Fort Tuttle, we do have our camera feed back up in Fort Tuttle.
There we go, back at Fort Tut Hill. There seem to be a lot of runners in and around here. Julius Drelick, Ben Calvert, Francisco Sinopoli, Jose Hernandez, Sketch Diddy.
Sketch Diddy, the Georgia resident.
The Georgia resident, yes.
From Hall County, I believe.
Holly
Shout out to
Springs,
Sketch.
Georgia.
Yeah, I think that's up in Hall County. Shout out to Sketch Diddy. Maybe name of the...
I was going to say, that's an all-timer.
That is an all-timer.
That's an all-timer. He's got a great beard, too, according to this photo. So,
Yep, it does have a real solid beard.
so I'm sure there are runners maybe catching a few minutes of sleep before heading out to Walnut Canyon. This is your last opportunity for indoor sleep. Walnut Canyon being a pretty remote outdoor station there.
Oh, man. This feed all of a sudden super fresh.
Looking
We're on
clean
the-
here.
We're on the Jill Cam. And this is the sights and sounds.
Catching some people hanging out here at the Heritage Square finish line.
And that was, I believe, that was the great Mark Vogel, who we just saw there.
Mark Vogel,
Got
top
Chris Ragsdale,
top 10 finisher.
who just finished.
Good to see him at least walking around still, looking good after running 250 miles. I think I would be curled up in the fetal position somewhere in Heritage Square after finishing this race.
100%.
And again, for anybody in the chat here, if they had some overnight finishers that we did not get a chance to video, I would urge you to go check out the Aravaipa Instagram or the Cocodona 250 Instagram feed, as they do have some photos there and some videos on the Instagram Live of some of those finishers who came by overnight. So I don't know if everybody's there, but they did have some good content there for you.
And just to call this one out here, we did have live stream coverage of Cole Crosby and Sarah Ostaszewski. Those were the last two folks that we brought into the finish line last night at Heritage Square, while the remainder of runners were still up on Mount Eldon a few hours from the finish line around 10 or 11 p.m. last night when we got off air. So you can go and check out our last stream, so the stream that would be prior to this one, which would be day 4, our final day 4 stream. You can check that out. And at the end of that stream is where we brought in Cole Crosby, who was clicking off 550 miles with our good filmer, Shad, who made sure to let us know how fast he was running. And then we also brought in Sarah Ostaszewski, who was with our cameraman extraordinaire, Cameron Harder, and her good friend. So definitely go and check that out if you are interested.
Cole Crosby dropping 5:30s on the way to the finish, showing off that short distance speed that we talked about in the early stages of the race. Glad he still had that turnover.
And I believe I overheard Shad saying that he looked at him and said that, that he was going to run as fast as he could for the last mile.
Good for him. Good for him. I'm surprised. Good to hear he didn't pop a hamstring or something, because that's going to be tough on the old legs coming across there at the end. And right now we're looking here at the feed at Heritage Square. People hanging out, waiting for the finishers here. Waiting for Christy Haswell and Chris Walsh. Coming in here, they look to be running together. About 3 miles to go from the finish.
We see, I believe that was my good friend Eli there wearing a Aravaipa logoed shirt. So I believe that's Lauren Jones, our second place female. Someone in the chat I know will roast me if I'm wrong.
If the chat's good for anything, it's good for roasting the commentators when we're
the
wrong.
Atlanta native Laura Jones. And No in the chat is having a hard time finding the last hour of our 8-hour live stream where we were bringing in Cole Crosby and Sarah Ostaszewski. And so I don't know exactly what time it was because I'm going on about 85 hours of live streaming or something like that at this point, 80 hours. So, but it was at the very end. They were the last two people we brought in. We went off air shortly after that. So again, if you're interested in seeing the coverage of that, make sure you go over to yesterday's final stream, and it was basically the final stuff we filmed was Sarah Ostaszewski celebrating with her her crew and her twin sister Melissa. So Cole finished shortly before that. You can catch all of that over there. And thank you for tuning in today. And there we see the iconic finish banner. We've got Lauren Jones. We've got the wonderful, wonderful Liquid Death.
Say mountains of liquid death.
And there is my good buddy Eli. That is definitely Lauren Jones. There's the Liquid Death. We've been partaking in a little bit of Liquid Death as we are murdering our thirst here in the studio. I will say this. I personally love the branding of Liquid Death. And, yeah, looks delicious.
Love the branding. Love the message. I'm relatively new to the Liquid Death fan club, but I got to say I'm hooked now.
Tastes good.
Does taste great. Tastes absolutely great. And I like the can. We don't need any more plastic in the world, so it's nice to maybe do something that's a little bit better for the environment as well.
Yep, and that's the cool message behind their brand is that they do donate money from every can sold. So they donate 10% of their profits from every can sold to help kill plastic pollution. So shout out to our good friends at Liquid Death. And I saw that someone you may also know, you also may not, but I assume that you do, Leah Rosenfeld was up there in the Liquid Death tent.
Very good friends with Leah. We both moved to
yeah.
Flagstaff around the same time. Both Pennsylvania stands. Her
nice.
graduating from Penn State University. We were both in school around the same time. So know Leah very well. Just an incredible person.
Yep. Assistant coach, I believe, at Team Run Flagstaff. Former assistant at NAU.
Correct as well.
Incredible runner in her own right as well.
Incredible runner, yep.
And starting to get into the trail scene.
She is, yeah. She has done some trail races.
She
Super
was
talented.
fourth at the Crown King Scramble.
Was she really? I didn't even know she raced.
Ran Crown King.
Wow.
I'll pull it up right now. So shout out to Leah if for some reason she stumbles upon this. And shout out to the good folks at Liquid Death.
Yep, fourth at the also ran the Moab Red Hot 33K. So she is dipping her toes in the trail and ultra world. So good for Leah. Hope to see her out at more of these types of events.
My only advice. You don't dip, you cannonball in.
No, you got to cannonball. As someone who has been a toe dipper in ultras for quite some time, You got it. You got a cannonball. You know, that's the way to do it.
And let's go ahead.
And Christy Haswell, Chris Walsh still about 3 miles out. We'll continue to monitor and wait for them to come on in.
Yeah. And people are wanting an Eldon cam. We don't have a cam up on Eldon. We did have plans for camera feeds up on Eldon. However, we are not getting them populated on our end right now. So I don't know if there's a service issue or what's going on up there. But if we do get feeds up on Eldon, we will make sure that we bring it to you as we look at, I believe, Walnut Canyon now. Yep, we got our Canyon cam.
The
and
Canyon
Walnut cam
cams.
with John. And we will keep our eye over there, and if we have some more runners coming in, we will pop on over. Otherwise, we're going to go over here to Jill, who's doing an excellent job as we look at the crew of Lauren Jones. And there she is, Lauren Jones, the pride of Atlanta, Georgia, the first Atlanta resident to finish the Cocodona 250 this year. The FKT holder on the Georgia section of the Appalachian Trail. And friends with my good friend Eli Dickerson, who was in the chat. Or who was on her crew, rather. He was in the chat yesterday as well.
And it looks like we've had a couple other runners here check in recently to that Walnut Canyon aid station. Wolfinger and Amy Gordon both at that 2:29 mark. It looks like we have someone coming in right now.
See if we can get a bib 205.
That is Jeff Goldstein.
Jeff Goldstein.
From Maple Grove, Minnesota. Checking in here at the Walnut Canyon aid station.
He is still moving strong. So he is now a little over 20 miles away.
Yeah, keeping up what looks to be a pretty good pace here. And looks like he does have some fans here in the chat excited to see him come into the Walnut Canyon aid station.
The Minnesota native from Maple Grove, Minnesota, Midwest in the building here over at Walnut Canyon.
Upper Midwest in the house. Very friendly people in the Upper Midwest. Maybe not heat trained, but trained through some of the toughest winters that you could possibly train through, so that has to stand for something there for Mr. Goldstein. And taking a well-earned seat here at the Walnut Canyon aid station.
So the black chair at Heritage Square has found its way out to Walnut Canyon.
Another guy looks to be wearing speed goats, so lots of speed goats out there.
We have seen a lot of speed goats out there. Looks like ramen is on the menu.
Sandwiches.
Fruit, banana, something. Got a nice menu out there at Walnut Canyon.
Yeah, looks tasty.
Sounds like Jeff Garmeyer is on his way out to the finish line. Maybe when Dark Sky opens, Jeff will go over and enjoy a ride open spaces with the Cocodona logo on the can.
He did say that he had
Whoa.
a designated driver today and all day free, so I'm sure Jeff Garmar will enjoy several beverages while he's hanging out in downtown
Well, maybe we can
Flagstaff.
get like a review
There we go.
on feed if we have time later.
Again, notice here that it was a balmy 40 degrees in Minnesota. It was also a balmy 40 degrees in Flagstaff this morning for the runners as they make their way here. Can do a quick weather check, see what's going on today. Right now it's 61 degrees, high of 75, so we'll be a little warm there in the afternoon. Flagstaff 75 is definitely warmer than your average 75 degrees, so it will be warming up a little bit. Thankfully, there's lots of ponderosa pine shade for the runners to take refuge in. As we watch Mr. Goldstein here at the Walnut Canyon Aid Station survey the menu and figure out what he would like to snack on.
I feel like he probably wants all of it or none of it.
It's,
Those are kind of the two options.
yeah, I usually don't think there's much in between there.
I want everything you have, or I want nothing.
Or just the sight of food makes me want to be ill. So yeah, it's definitely one or the other.
I love our person of many nicknames, as I will refer to this individual. Currently has Garmire's day off. Maybe a beverage, maybe a nap.
Also the Liquid Death Mountain as well too. So
Yep.
Purple A has been
Yeah,
all
we'll
over
just
the
refer
place.
to them as the Purple A, although I have identified them.
Well, we have identified them here in the booth, but we don't want to.
We're not gonna out their alias. Nick the Weatherman now. Let's actually go over and check in at Fort Tudhill.
Fort Tuthill. Looks like we've had some runners recently take off out of there, including Sketch Diddy, Jose Hernandez, Ben Calvert, and Christoph Paguaco, all moving on from that Fort Tuthill aid station. Francisco Sinopoli, Julius Drellick, and Michelle Wagner, and Adam Foley all seem to be there, taking a little rest and recovery. The Denim Cowboy himself, Anthony Tadejewski, is just he's very close to the aid station, so he should be popping in there any moment
Got
now.
some movement at Walnut Canyon here. See if we can get a bib. Looks like 2-0 something.
Could be John Wolfinger, 201, getting ready to take off and head on to Fort Tuthill. Yep, John Wolfinger.
Yep.
And looks like he will also pick up a pacer here for the last stretch. Again, Walnut Canyon, the last aid station in which you can pick up a pacer and see your crew before the finish line in Flagstaff.
Looks like he is heading out. Let's go and check in on our next batch of finishers here. See where they might be.
Looks like they are still a little over 2 miles out from the finish line. Miles 247, 247.6. That's Christy Haswell and Chris Walsh, the adopted crew member there.
Yeah, and it looks like Christy has crossed the pipeline trail, so she's up. She's on this like little climb of single track before you spit out into kind of like a double track Forest Service road type of section that leads you into kind of Buffalo Park proper.
Yeah, so once you cross that pipeline trail, you just have you still descend there for a little bit. It's not too technical, really nice, smooth single track. And then you hit a little bit of a rocky tech section that climbs you into the backside of Buffalo Park there. And that is the end of the single track section.
Here's a look inside the aid stations here at Heritage Square. There's the great Mama Curry. There's the coffee. Going a little sugar. Are we getting some cream?
Glad to see our camera
And a little
people
cream.
staying
Love it.
fueled here and staying caffeinated to keep giving us this excellent content.
We'll go back to this, to Jill's coffee. That was a lot of cream.
That was a lot of cream.
A little, maybe, we'll go back as she's showing it to us now. So she enjoys maybe a little coffee with her milk.
Yeah. Bringing you this A+ content here at Heritage Square,
That's what we're all about.
critiquing how our camera people like to take their coffee. Personally, I like to take my coffee black.
Agreed. It's just easier,
It is just easier. Yeah.
you know? Especially if I'm filming with one hand, I don't have to set the coffee down, try and pour.
There looks to be a vehicle here parked in front of the finish line there. As we have a little inception as we see a filmer, one of our filmers here walking towards the finish line.
Yeah, and she knows, and we'll switch to her cam here. Oh, she was giving us a close-up, so it looks like that gate is currently shut as well, which we
Oh,
saw with Michael McKnight,
yeah.
which is why he was rerouted. And there we see. And we should have eyes in Buffalo Park.
The Shad cam back up and running.
Oh, and that, for some reason, oh, his feed just went down. That's why. Gates are closing. Being walked in. This is the adventure part of the Cocodona 250 where you have to find your own entrance into the finish line. Now, if the gates are closed, I imagine that it is for a reason, as we have another runner out at Walnut Canyon here. And that was, okay, that was a crew person.
That was
I
a
was gonna
blur.
say they were flying. And here is our runner and pacer.
Could be Chad Trumbo. Looking, let's see if we get a bib number
What
here.
was his bib number?
I didn't see. Chad's is number 11.
That
Could also
is-
be 152, David Stinchfield.
It looked like Chad Trumbo. Yeah, that was definitely Chad Trumbo.
The facial analysis is complete.
Yep.
So Chad Trumbo here checking in to mile 229 at Walnut Canyon.
Oh, yeah. Was not, in fact, David
Looks like we've
Stinchfield,
got
who's
some
got a nice
eyes
beard.
here on from Shad.
And here we go.
Looks to be Christy Haswell
Christy Haswell.
coming through Buffalo Park with just a few miles to go.
And we are unmuted on our end if Shad at any point wants to unmute on his end. And there we go.
We got both Chris and Christy.
Yep, so we've got Chris on the left. That's what I thought. And Christy. Chris, the adopted runner of Christy's crew. He's been brought into the family. they're running together here through Buffalo Park on their way to the finish here in Heritage Square.
You're not live, are you?
They can hear ya.
Yeah, a little turn around at the bottom down there. with
Oh,
the
down
flags.
there?
Yeah.
Got a couple people up here at the park entrance to boost you the rest of the way in.
So my dad did Iron King to Fame,
Oh, okay.
With me.
Wow.
and he's gonna run me into the finish. He's
Oh,
72.
nice.
Got me signed up for AAU track when I was like 11 years old. So this is really all his fault. My sisters were here crewing, my brother-in-law, and then 2 friends that pieced me in Moab in 2020. So it's a good crew.
It's awesome.
And some company with Chris and Jerome. Not from Jerome, that's why we connected. I think.
Right, yeah.
From Canada. It's like that blanket statement. British Columbia.
As they cross this trail intersection here, they're on the Arizona Trail, which then goes off to the left. Right about here, they're going to continue through Buffalo Park. They're going to wave goodbye to the buffalo, and they're going to take the Switzer Canyon Trail down to the roads of Flagstaff.
Meeting up with some fans here and some supporters on the outskirts of Buffalo Park. Definitely going to be a little bit uplifting. A lot of love here in the chat for Christy and Chris. So definitely some big energy being sent their way.
Guys, there's wrestlers right there for me. You just plowed ahead. I love you. I love you too. Weekends on FaceTime watching it too, Chris. Love you, Dad. Love
And
you, Ray.
Christy picking up here, her dad as a pacer was with her from at Fane Ranch to Iron King, and now we'll be taking her into the finish line. Dad who got her into running back when she was in middle school, so cool story.
Yeah, and Christy has some big Wyoming energy in the chat. From the Sheridan, Wyoming native. They are through Buffalo Park. They are making the right onto the Switzer Canyon Trail. Real special moment here as she's joined by her dad. She said this is all his fault. Got her signed up for AAU track when she was younger. He's going to bring her in from the finish here. Past some good Flagstaff residents there.
And we are watching here Christy Haswell running with her father during the late stages of the race here. She is heading down the Schweitzer Canyon Trail towards Forest Ave to make the left on Beaver.
We do have some runners in at Walnut Canyon. That, I believe, is Chad Trumbo still.
Yeah, it looks like bib 11 there.
Then we do have runners and crews coming into Fort Tuttle here as well. And then, of course, we've got the Shad Cam. It's Christy Haswell from Sheridan, Wyoming. She's coming in with her 72-year-old dad down the Switzer Canyon Trail. She's moving really strong here. Looks like we have another runner coming in at Walnut Canyon. That looks like bib 30.
Could be 30, 32.
Yeah, I'm not sure what bib number that is at Walnut Canyon. But when we get a identification on that bib, we will let you know. Until then, let's bring it back to Shad.
His friend's car, he rolled an ankle like the first day. So he was out running that he drive up back to bridge. Yeah, Steve and Chris are going to take him to the airport.
And if you're just popping in with us here, we have eyes on Christy Haswell as she makes her way here to the finish. She's probably about a little over a mile away from the finish line of Heritage Square, running with her father down the Schweitzer Canyon Trail.
You know if they still think that?
I don't know. I'm actually from Montana, so
Ah! So you know where Sheridan is.
I do.
Yeah.
I've ran the trails around there quite a bit.
Okay.
Gotta love the Mountain West connection here.
Loving the Mountain West energy there.
They are getting.
Yeah, you're actually gonna stay on this side of the street and go straight. No, you're gonna continue going up that way.
Go that way.
Yeah.
The last patch of dirt Christy's feet will touch here at the Cocodona 250 this year.
You got the light if you want to go.
They are now on their way up the hospital hill.
Hang a left at the second light.
And I know Shad can hear us, so I will let him know an iconic left at the second light of Beaver Street there.
I was corrected. It's an iconic left.
The iconic left-hand turn onto Beaver Street here at the Cocodona 250. It's definitely got to feel good mentally to hit this pavement and know that you're back in civilization and close to the finish. I don't know that it feels great physically, but
Certainly a mental boost to
Yeah.
know when you just have 2 turns left in the race and you're going to finish with it pretty much be entirely downhill once you get up here to the top of Hospital Hill. Good question here in the chat from Holly. Do you know when and where the next live stream of something is going to be? Matt should be able to answer this to some degree, at least from an Aravaipa standpoint.
Oh, the next live stream Aravaipa will have. That's a great question.
You're good. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
I'll stop traffic for you if I need to.
I believe that it will not be until the Javelina 100 for us. That is not set in stone, as we have a number of other races that we're looking at between now and then, including Flagstaff, Sky Peaks potentially, depending on what the needs are by the folks over at Golden Trail. So there will likely be a live stream of that, either by us or by the team over at Golden Trail. It is the final race in the Golden Trail National Series in North America, the 26K, and it is the second to last race in the Golden Trail World Series. So going to be a super fun race. Anyone who is interested, you can register. Just go to aravaiparunning.com, take a look at our events page. But Flagstaff Sky Peaks, incredible race. Showcases a lot of really cool areas of Flagstaff on the trails that you wouldn't see in a race like this or in a race like Flagstaff Big Pine, which is our other race up there.
Elton's a good aid station.
Yeah.
They're all good. I have to say, well, I didn't realize. Rotating.
Up at Eldon, Pete.
Well, and he went to Munts Park.
Oh, Pete
He
Woodward.
was making some of the VLTs. Those were amazing.
A huge,
Actually had crew go get a couple and take them to Tuthill.
some big Pete's Meats energy here.
Absolutely. People loving the People loving the BLTs out there. Shout out to the volunteers making some of the delicious food there for the participants.
I'm impressed that there is L&T in the BLT
Just
sandwich
bake
when it's
it, yeah.
made by Pete Mortimer. And we can see our second filmer there does still have eyes on Chris, as he is now at the light. He is right there with Christy and her father. They make their way past the hospital here.
Those are handy kind of birds.
And we're watching here as Christy Haswell and her father come past the Flagstaff Medical Center and begin the final descent down Beaver Street into downtown Flagstaff.
Can we get Beaver Liquor t-shirts? I believe it's Beaver Street Liquors.
Beaver Street Liquors.
And I will leave that up to the fine folks at Beaver Street Liquors as to whether they would like to produce some t-shirts. We'd be happy to promote them on the live stream, especially if maybe they can get a cheer station out there. As runners across, I believe that's on the corner of Beaver and Columbus.
Beaver and Schweitzer Canyon.
Oh, yep.
Yes, Beaver and Schweitzer Canyon. I'm sure it would be a particularly rowdy aid station at that, as we've got some of the FMC employees out there cheering on our runners, just like yesterday. Cool to see them out as well.
And again, we do still have eyes. Great Chris Walsh. A pretty nice beard himself.
Does
Very
have a
well
nice beard.
kept.
Yes.
The British Columbia native. Let's go ahead and go back to the shad cam here.
What's his name?
Oh, okay.
I think he's doing rounds. Also making BLT. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't know. We gotta focus on the dead speed. Miles back to him.
And that's Christy Haswell coming down Beaver Street, running with her dad, who paced her earlier in the race from Fane Ranch to the Iron King aid station.
Iron King
to Fane Ranch. Sorry, got that backwards. As they are here crossing the intersection by Beaver Street with Liquors here. So Beaver Street and Schweitzer Canyon.
I think it's Beaver Street Liquors. It could just be Beaver Liquors.
That's Beaver Street, yeah, I think so.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, just look at all that space. Be a perfect spot for a good cheer station. Yeah, Beaver Street Liquors here. Yeah, your adventure starts here. We could put some tape over it. Your adventure ends here.
There
It
you
could
go.
be your final, beverage station. pick up a road sody on your way through there. We'll have to. I'll have my people reach out.
Yeah.
I know I didn't get much sleep, but you probably didn't get much this week either.
Last night switched.
And again, we do still have eyes on Chris Walsh being a mensch, allowing Christy and her father to have this moment. But we do have eyes on him as he is just behind Christy Walsh, being paced in by her father.
Christy Walsh moving incredibly well, gotta say. Looking very strong coming down Beaver Street here. And we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here, but we will get that stream up for you back ASAP as we watch. There we go. Watching Christy Haswell come in here to the finish of the Cocodona 250 with her father. Now just a few blocks here until the next turn.
Can I? I can't even. We'll get pulled off YouTube if I read that comment almost straight away, Nick.
The moderators aren't out this early in the morning.
John. Oh, and here we go. The great people of Flagstaff giving a little horn honk here for Christy. Looks like Deb Hamberlin will be at Tuthill soon. Yeah, so we do have our static feed over at Fort Tuthill, so hopefully we will be able to get eyes on Deb. We also have great Bryce Brooks heading back out to film. He, after basically being awake all week, he did come back down to Phoenix, sleep in his own bed, maybe shower for the first time all week, and is heading back up to Fort Tuthill for the time being as well. So depending on when Deb gets in there, it will most likely be our static cam, but hopefully we'll be able to get eyes on her. Then I'm being told that Jamil will be up on Eldon in a few hours, probably around noon.
He's everywhere.
And he'll be up there kind of the rest of the day.
Nice.
Is the plan. Plans do change, though, as we know. And now she's just a few blocks away by her second iconic turn, the iconic left onto Birch.
In sight of most of downtown Flagstaff now. You can practically taste the finish line here. Still moving incredibly well after a heck of a run. Christy Haswell and her father coming into the finish line here.
And it does appear that Christy will be taking an alternative route to the finish when she gets close. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know that our race director, Steve, will make sure she is guided in the appropriate manner to the finish here. Now we are just a block away from our second iconic left onto Birch.
So you're gonna go to the light up here, cross at the light, and make an immediate left, or I should say, an iconic left.
Yeah, see, there we go. Left on Beaver, left on Birch, the iconic words of the Cocodona 250.
It's going to be a thing. We're going to make it stick.
I mean, there should definitely be merch shirts.
Absolutely.
At the very least.
Gate.
It's hilarious.
Gotta get past them. Iconic turns a little farther.
And here we are at the crosswalk at the intersection of
Beaver and Birch.
Beaver and Birch as they make the left-hand turn here.
You're right.
And I believe we will see, but I believe they're going to have an alternate finish here, as the gate down Cocodona Alley is currently closed. Looks like a vehicle of some sorts, probably a police vehicle, given that they also closed the gate.
Yes.
A vehicle of importance needing to close the gate for a few minutes. So
Well, instead of coming down Cocodona Alley, they'll
So
come
we're going to
down
make an alternative entrance. in.
Cocodona Avenue.
we think, we believe.
That's what the race director is telling me.
And there's Christy Haswell. Just a few turns to go to get into her Cocodona 250 finish.
And she is going to be coming through in just a second here. She's going to be coming down by the creperie.
Here are her supporters here in the crowd giving her lots of love.
And we're going to send it to our static finish cam here. And there's our great race director, Steve. You can see the gate at Heritage Square is closed. And here comes Christy Haswell with her dad. Amazing finish there, Christy.
What a scene. Chris Walsh coming up shortly behind her as well, watching Christy Haswell and her dad cross the finish line together. What a moment for them. And here comes Chris Walsh with his Cocodona 250 finish.
Amazing finish there from Chris as well. A true gentleman, letting Christy and her father have that moment. Even stayed back far enough so that he was out of the finish photos and everything.
Well judged.
Yeah, well judged. What an incredible run by both those two. And let's see, is that the yeah, and here we have the two together. I believe I heard him say they'd been running together since Jerome.
Wow.
Or around there. Maybe that was the first time they saw each other, and maybe had leapfrog or been in the aid stations at the same time since then. But amazing job. Chris was out here initially running Crewless, the 27-year-old from Victoria, British Columbia, was running Crewless and became adopted by Christy's crew as they were reaching the aid stations at the same time pretty often. So they ended up coming in together there. Looks like we do have a runner leaving.
That is
That is,
Chad Trumbo.
yeah, bib 11, Chad Trumbo.
Heading out here from Walnut Canyon. Mile 229.
Pacer in tow. We'll send it back to Heritage Square. Chris Walsh enjoying a little bit of liquid death there.
He's getting that thirst murdered, as it was well deserved after running 250 miles.
Just an incredible effort there from both Christy and Chris.
And some Chad Trumbo fans here in the chat as we just watch Chad leave from the Walnut Canyon aid station, heading towards Mount Eldon. As right now we have eyes on Heritage Square, where Christy Haswell and Chris Walsh just finished up their Cocodona 250, our 31st and 32nd finishers here so far.
And our next projected finisher is going to be the youngest finisher in this year's race.
Mark DeFalco,
the
the
great Mark DeFalco.
Tucson, Arizona native. We watched him yesterday out at Fort Tut Hill, taking in some snacks. So he is on his way down from Mount Eldon, just 3 miles away now from the finish line. Just about a mile or so out from Buffalo Park. Mark DeFalco is 23 years old from Tucson, Arizona.
And so that would be the ladies' course record on the alternate route this year from Christy. Huge shout out to Christy. And just to recap our ladies' finishers so far, Annie Hughes was in first. Lauren Jones, the Atlanta native, in second. Sarah Ostaszewski, who we saw finish last night just behind Cole Crosby, was your third female. Then we had Rhoda Smoker come in, Stephanie Simpson. They came in overnight. And then we got to see Carrie Henderson, who was your sixth female, Jody Simonell, who was your seventh, Christy Walsh, your eighth lady here at the Cocodona 250.
Still a couple spots open in that top 10. It looks like Carol Northrup and Brianna Grigsby right now will be the two to claim those last two spots in the top 10. And Mark DeFalco, our closest male here as he moves his way into the finish line. Matt Woolley and Scott Jenkins, the Brit who was in search of a beer yesterday, close after. They have both summited and are over Mount Eldon and heading down from Mount Eldon along with Ray Sanchez.
And we do have a look in. That is, why can't I think of his name? He's out at,
Goldstein?
no. That is David Stinchfield.
David Stinchfield.
I can identify him by his beard. I do believe. Someone in the chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's Stinchfield's beard.
That does look like David Stinchfield
From
from
Washougal, Washington.
48 years old, out there at Walnut Canyon.
Let's see if we can get an update on where our next finisher.
He was just
be.
about to cross Pipeline Trail at last check here.
Yep. So it looks like he's still on the little rolling descent down. Once you cross the Pipeline Trail, you begin this really beautiful but kind of technical climb up to Buffalo Park kind of proper.
Yeah, the last section of technical single track on this course before you get on the nice smooth dirt, urban trail dirt of Buffalo.
We're going to go actually to Fort Tuttle. Someone in the chat, did Stan the Man DNF? He did. He was, I believe, out at the Fain Ranch aid station.
Yep, this a couple of days ago, mile, was it 60 or 70 something?
80.
Yep, 80.
80 something. Yeah, 79.4.
Mhm.
So we are tuning in here at Fort Tuttle, as we will have a number of runners coming in no time, and it looks like Deb Hamberlin is probably there. It looks like she may be outside.
And people in the chat asking for Dom Grossman. Dom Grossman finished last night. He looks to be in about 14th place was when he came in. As right now we're looking in at Fort Tuthill, mile 213. We have a couple of runners that would be in this area right now. Looks like Julius Drelek, Maxime Enzo Amara, Adam Foley, Henry Ward, the Denim Cowboy himself, Anthony Tadieski, Amy Palmero Winters, our athlete running with the prosthesis, Michelle Wagner, and Deb Hamberlin, as well as Chris Guerra, all seem to be in the area of Fort Tuthill. Approaching soon, Larry Phoenix of Flagstaff, Aaron Fleischer, the Las Vegas, Nevada, and from Russell Castica as well is in the area here of Fort Tuthill. And then our other aid station, Walnut Canyon. We just had eyes on David Stinchfield out there. We saw Chad Trumbo leave. Shannon Oro and Mike Wilkinson are also in the area, and John Wolfinger left shortly ago. We also saw Jeff Goldstein, and it looks like Yuri Halleck is also in the area of Walnut Canyon as we head on back to the finish line in Heritage Square, where we just watched Christy Haswell come in with her dad, closely followed by Chris Walsh from Victoria, British Columbia.
Looks like we're going to get the finish line photo here.
And Maria asking about some of our back of the packers right now. Checking in on them. They seem to be making some progress. Josh Garza through mile 191 with Stephen Park and Jamie Johnson. Danny Westergaard at 193. They are, looks like, on track to make it to that Fort Tuthill aid station mile 213 before the 7:30 p.m. cutoff this evening.
We are tuned in to our Staticam here at Fort Tuthill in hopes of seeing Deb. Deb's got a big fan base in the chat.
A
So
lot of people hoping to see Deb, so we'll keep an eye out here. So maybe we'll get some footage here of her. Deb Hamberlin, the Tempe, Arizona native, so spreading that Arizona love here at Fort Tuthill. This is mile 213. Asking here about Andrew Glaze. Andrew Glaze is right around mile 222 right now, so he is about 7 miles out from that Walnut Canyon aid station, so he should be showing up around there sometime in the next couple hours. Right now we're here on Fort Tuthill. We just watched Christy Haswell and Chris Walsh come into the finish line, and we are awaiting our youngest finisher so far, Mark DeFalco, who is about a little over 2.5 miles out right now as he approaches Buffalo Park here and into downtown Flagstaff. After Mark, we'll be looking for Matt Woolley, and Scott Jenkins will be our next two finishers. And looking for Sean Nakamura. He is around mile 224, just a few miles out of that Walnut Canyon aid station. And Steve Ellis, who is 216, who would have just come through Fort Tuthill, and he is about 9 miles away from that, or 13 miles away from that Walnut Canyon aid station. So pretty long section there between Fort Tut Hill and Walnut Canyon. About a 16-mile stretch there, Walnut Canyon mile 229. The last opportunity for runners to meet their crew and pick up a pacer before heading in for that last 21-mile stretch into Flagstaff.
Looks like we do have, I believe that was Stinchfield leaving Walnut Canyon there.
So David Stinchfield, number
Looked like the hat he was
152.
wearing, but it could be someone coming in. Oh, it does look like 152 leaving. Yep, that is the man himself, David Stinchfield from Washougal, Washington.
And Stinchfield heading out there without a pacer, so he'll be trekking up Mount Eldon solo, heading to that mile 242 aid station where some nice barbecued meats await him.
Let's go back to Fort Tuttle here.
And looking for a West Plate update. West Plate looks like he has not summited Eldon yet. He's looking right around mile 238, so he is 239. So he is just beginning the 2-mile or so climb up the 2,000-foot face of Mount Eldon. Then where he'll then check into mile 242, the Mount Eldon aid station. Here we are at Fort Tut Hill, the static cam, checking out some runners and crew, grabbing some snacks here. Yesterday, Fort Tut Hill had some major Cinco de Mayo energy, was decorated nicely. Looks like the fiesta has maybe changed over now to a more subtle decorations here. Last place for the runners to get some indoor sleep before the end of the race.
Yeah, and so it looks like West Plate is on that Fat Man's Loop section of trail right at the base of Mount Eldon before he starts to turn to head up the Eldon Lookout Trail.
That is a technical section of trail, to say the least. Definitely a little bit of scrambling over some rocks, some steep sections there. So definitely fun section of trail to run when you have about 240 miles in your legs and maybe only like 5 or 6 hours of sleep. So good for Wes and good for the runners working through that.
Yeah, and we do plan to have footage from Eldon a little bit later today, courtesy of the great Jamil Curry. He's just got to take care of a few things, and then he'll be back out there. He said he got a good night's rest. He's feeling energized to help continue bringing amazing coverage of these folks continuing their journey to Heritage Square.
Jamil giving us some great camera work yesterday on the Kasner Canyon climb, taking a look at that incredibly steep and technical climb out of Sedona, watching some of our Back of the Packers make their way up there. It'll be fun to get some footage from him at the top of Mount Eldon as we can see runners celebrate getting through that last aid station and starting to make their trip down the hill into downtown Flagstaff. And right now we're looking in here at the Fort Tut Hill aid station, mile 213.
And let's see, someone in the chat, and I don't know if you answered this or not. Wes is about 4 miles or less to Eldon. Yeah,
Yep.
he's less.
Yeah, he was right on pretty much
Yeah.
starting the climb.
And that's about
yeah.
a 2.5 mile climb.
Ish.
2.5 miles probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's less than 3 miles from Mount Eldon. Looks like we got a runner in Walnut Canyon there. That is bib.
Is it Yuri? 73 would be Yuri Hollick.
Oh, yep.
That is 35 from
A runner
The
from the
Czech Republic. Not going to try to pronounce this location because I don't think I've got the skills there.
We got to see Yuri at the Eldon St. John Vianney aid station.
Sedona, St.
Or-
John
yeah.
Vianney. Hey, I've misspoke about 45 times this morning, so yeah, you get one.
It's been a long week.
You get one.
Yeah, the the Sedona St. John Vianney aid station. If Eldon had a St. John Vianney aid station, that'd be very unique.
I mean, maybe some of the runners are hoping to get a couple prayers in once they get to the top there. Praying to some gods for sure. Thank God it's
Probably
over.
thanking,
Yeah.
Sensman's mustache is in the chat. Waxed, combed, and groomed. I'm surprised you haven't been shaved.
Yeah, it might be. I mean,
Might
who
be
knows?
time.
Might be time actually as well for sure. I mean, it's probably pretty filthy after all those dirt naps that he was taking overnight.
Yeah. Shout out to Stephen Kirsch for helping
Yes.
get Eric through this.
It's a
We're
long-
stoked that he made it to the finish.
It was
there.
like a long, 6-hour stretch for Mr. Sensman from Walnut Canyon there to the finish. So Kirsch out there helping move him along, but also taking some compromising photos. What are friends for?
Yep, exactly. What good would a friend be if he wasn't taking photos of you at your worst?
Here we are back at Fort Tut Hill. Looks like that's a runner potentially in view there with the brightly colored hat.
Resting easy on my upper lip, says the Sensman mustache.
And looks like Wes has a lot of fans here in the chat following him on his YouTube feed. So seems like he's out here filming as well too. So that'll be another exciting video. I think there's a number of film projects out there on course, either earlier or out there on course now. So I'm sure there's lots of content to come here from the 2022 Cocodona 250.
And we were able to also get our static cam at the finish line changed up for the daytime. So a huge shout out to all of our, and I'm going to send it to the Jill cam, all of our folks over in that timing tent there who are helping be camera and tech experts for us this week, helping make sure that our filters and our settings get adjusted depending on where the sun is at. So huge shout out to all of them for helping give us this beautiful shot of the finish line of the Cocodona 250 as we have is that a university tour? Do you think NAU takes them all the way downtown, or do you just have to wear
No,
those
there are
vests?
actually some what are those things
City
called?
tours?
Yeah, there are actually some tours on those, whatever those machines are. I forget what they're named. I remember when they were a big deal back in like 1999 or something. But Segways, there are a number of Segway tours that roam around Flagstaff.
Segway,
yeah.
that's right.
So
You said Segway, I was like, oh, what are you going to segue to?
Segway. Next thing we need to know is see the Alpine Peddler come through the shot here. That would really bring us the full Flagstaff experience.
The Alpine Peddler. That's classic. Oh, it looks like that camera feed just went down.
Nothing like having your,
There we go.
There we go. We got bib
Bib.
1.
205 or 105? Definitely an 05, though. 205, it looks like.
105 would be Julius Drellick. He's at 213. So 205.
Yeah, Jeff Goldstein.
Jeff Goldstein. Now, we saw him come in earlier, so pretty quick stop there at Walnut Canyon before continuing on here. Again-
Maple Grove, Minnesota native. Last place he'll see his crew there. Now it's time to get up and over Eldon and into the finish. Once you leave this aid station, there's basically no way to drop.
No.
I mean, yes, you could turn around and walk back to the aid station.
But at that point, you might as well just...
But you better hope your crew hasn't left already.
yeah, that's true.
Otherwise, you're out there. You've got no other way to get home but to go up and over Eldon and down into Flagstaff. Got Mike in the chat. He's going to tackle the Georgia Jewel for his first, I think, 100. I wasn't following here, but I believe his first 100. Georgia Jewel, epic race up in North Georgia. Not sure if he's thinking straight. It's definitely going to be challenging, but it's also going to be beautiful. The mountains up there in North Georgia, incredible. Incredible. You're going to enjoy it, Mike. Spent a lot of time up in those mountains during my 6 years in Atlanta. We are back to Fort Tuthill. It's slowing down a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like most of the runners are either resting or through and moving on here. Still seems to be a fairly good contingent here somewhere. So Adam Foley, Henry Ward, Maxime Amara, Larry Phoenix, the Denim Cowboy, Anthony Tadieski, Deb Hamberlin, and Michelle Wagner, Chris Guerra, Russell Kostika, Aaron Fleischer, all in the neighborhood of Fort Tuthill right now, along with Amy Palmiro Winters and Julia Strelick. Everybody looking to make it to Fort Tuthill by 7:30, and then Walnut Canyon by 1 a.m. for the next two cutoffs here.
And we will have eyes on Mark DeFalco soon. Our wonderful filmer, Allie, just charging up a little bit, and then she's back out there. Mark is still in Buff Park. He is just about to wave goodbye to the buffalo to make his way down the Switzer Canyon Trail.
Yeah, just under 2 miles there for Mark. Be cool to see him on here. He was, I know, towards the front of our race there on day one. Good to see him battling his way through it and going to get his finish here at Cocodona 250.
Sounds like Mike is training for the Georgia Jewel 50 miler. Still a very tough, also a tough
Also
race.
very tough.
Obviously, it shares it shares trails and is in the same mountains there. He's training at Chiaha State Park over in Birmingham, Alabama. Some beautiful trails over there. I've run sections of the Pinhoti Trail over in that area. So we have more runners moving around here in Fort Tuthill. Again, the last indoor sleep station. I don't know if I get the Fort Alamo aid. Did I miss something?
Can't say I do get that either.
You know, it's late in the race for us commentators here as well, so jokes could definitely be flying over our heads.
Well, also lacking a definite coolness factor that there's certainly some things that could be going over my head as well. So the Pima Pirate Mark DeFalco representing the Tucson Trail Runners. Great group of people down there in Tucson. If you've never been, there are some awesome trails. The Arizona Trail comes through outside of town.
I think they took over the Munns Park aid station this year as well.
Oh, there you go. That's cool.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mount Lemmon and the Catalinas, a lot of great trails up in there. So Tucson is a sneaky good place, similar to Phoenix, kind of just surrounded by mountains and trails and good places to get out and run.
Yeah, I think the Sky Islands, as they're referred to.
Absolutely.
Down there.
Sky Islands, the first time I heard that name was watching Bear Grylls in Man vs. Wild in the Sky Islands episode. Classic is right. Think he ate a scorpion.
Sounds awful.
It does sound awful, yes.
We did just see, it looked like Tony Russ walk by there.
Looks like there's a runner here, too, in orange, who is, I can tell he's a runner because his gait looks a little compromised. He looks a little stiff.
Tony Russ, sorry. Tony Russ should be coming into Walnut Canyon.
Yeah, he was close to Walnut Canyon. couple runners recently that we didn't catch on the cameras. Leave Walnut Canyon, Nathan Warner, Amy Gordon, John Wolfinger ahead of Chad Trumbo there. So they started their trek on to Mount Eldon. We did watch Kylie Aldaz leave earlier, and I believe Brian Hamilton, Mandy Goody also on her way, Grant Muller and Matt Ross along with West Plate between those two stations. And Carol Northrup and Brianna Grigsby are 9th and 10th females. Carol Northrup just about at the top of that Mount Eldon climb, and Brianna Grigsby looks to be about to start or right around the Mount Eldon climb as well too.
Shout out to Carol Northrup and her crew for getting our British runner yesterday, an adult bevy at Fort Tuthill there.
And it looks like the burner account here is taken off from the live stream. Thank you for all the entertainment here over the past couple days.
Appreciate it. A lot of them were really funny.
A lot of them were really funny. A lot of hits out there. It's good to have people participating here with us as well too. So it makes our job a little bit easier if you're giving us the content. As we are still here at the static cam at Fort Tuthill Aid Station Mile 213. As we wait on Mark DeFalco, who is moving through Buffalo Park here. Should shortly be exiting the park and heading down the Schweitzer Canyon Trail before turning on to Forest.
It looks like his tracker hasn't updated for a few minutes here. So he may be partway down that Schweitzer Canyon Trail already. Keep it here at Fort Tuthill as we until we get eyes on our next finisher, Mr. Mark DeFalco. We may be getting him soon. I'm seeing that we may have a feed up soon here.
It looks like we have another runner here checking into Fort Tuthill. See if we can maybe get a bib on them at some point or get an idea who that is.
Should put a PSA out for runners to come and
show us your bib
up to the camera for us.
Just walked by the camera there. That could have been potentially Nate Dervin from Cape May, New Jersey. We just saw come into the aid station here at Fort Tuthill, mile 213, as we wait to get eyes on our next finisher, Mark DeFalco of Tucson, Arizona, part of the Tucson Trail Runners group, as he is making his way through and past Buffalo Park. Hopefully should be getting some eyes on him shortly, or we'll see that tracker updated and give you a better idea of where he's at right now. We just watched our last two finishers, Christy Haswell and Chris Walsh, come through. Great moment there with Christy as she crossed with her 72-year-old father, who got her into running. Was definitely cool to see that happen. Chris Walsh was also adopted by their crew a little bit. He's out here solo. So cool to see those two come in together. Before then, we also watched Chris Ragsdale, number 111, come across the finish line as well here. So we're still tuned in here at Fort Tut Hill, mile 213, and we're keeping an eye for Mark DeFalco here to come into the finish line.
Thank you all so much for the love in the chat room here.
And it looks like DeFalco will still be coming into the alternate finish line here as well, as it seems like the gate is still being blocked for whatever reason there down in Heritage Square. And DeFalco's update us pinged 12 minutes ago, so he should be pretty far along here down towards Beaver Street, or getting close to Beaver Street at least.
Brian Greer heading out for the day. Thanks for tuning in.
There's somebody and just missed the bib. That's okay.
We got someone in the chat saying that they would love for Aravaipa to add some more 200-plus milers to their events. And I'm going to put it out there so that Jamil hears it. And, maybe we're planting that seed right here in the chat.
Oh, I'm sure that he's got something in mind.
How old is Shane Falco again? Classic. Mark DeFalco will be our next finisher here.
Still no update on him here via his tracker, so we'll just keep an eye out there for that. Ray Sanchez, his next race is the San Diego 100 on June 3rd. Gotta say that is not a lot of recovery following the Cocodona 250. I think one of our early finishers as well, Rhoda Smoker, has a race planned for next week.
Ooh. And it sounds like that bib number that we just missed there, courtesy of Troy Wicks, who had to take off to get back home, who's watching. He caught the bib number for us. He said it was bib 167, Nate Durbin.
All right.
While on a Zoom meeting,
No.
he's watching. So huge shout out to Troy. Hopefully you continue to be employed after this Zoom meeting where you're also watching our live stream broadcast.
Hopefully your bosses aren't also watching the live stream broadcast and catching you in the act right now. But as I was saying earlier, Rhoda Smoker, she's also signed up for Massanutten Mountain 100, which is in 8 days. So
Ugh.
not a lot of recovery there for Rhoda. Same for Ray Sanchez going into the Javelina 200.
Marlon Glick, the Javelina 100 champ. He's already caught the 200 bug based on this comment. He wants the Javelina 200. He wants a multi-day adventure out in the Sonoran Desert,
let's get
running loops.
Let's get 10 loops there out at McDowell, and it looks like DeFalco, he's finally updated, and he is at about a half mile from the finish line right now. So about 249.5.
I believe our alley cam will be out probably closer to the church.
Looks like we have some experienced people who are good at blowing off their Zoom meetings, just letting us know to double check that the mute button's on. So For all of you at work right now, make sure you got that mute button pressed so they're not hearing the commentary.
Arlen, I'm hoping that we'll maybe see you out at the Cocodona 250 next year. I know Western States, this little race known as the Western States
Just a
100,
little thing, yeah.
is your big focus currently. But after that, you got plenty of time. Take a little time off maybe, and then start the prolonged build for this adventure through this great state of Arizona. I mean, if Sensman can do it, Arlen Glick can definitely do it.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Eric Sensman once again, by the way, finishing.
Probably still asleep right now as we
overnight.
as he's in here catching strays from the commentary from the commentary team.
He's gonna watch this back and he's gonna wonder how we went from wanting to be in charge of his mayoral campaign there in Flagstaff to firing shots at him.
And right now we are waiting for 23-year-old Mark DeFalco to come into the finish line here. Last seen a little under a half mile out from the finish area.
And again, as soon as we have eyes on him, we will make sure that we switch it over. Question in the chat, what aid station is this? This is Fort Tuthill. I believe that's aid station 18.
Yes, and we do have a couple spammers here. Aid station 18, mile 213.6.
It looks like we got the alley cam up and running, which means we're going to be seeing Mark DeFalco anytime here. And we will switch it over to that. As Allie is on her way out, she was charging up the batteries. And there, I believe we have a sighting of pacerless Mark DeFalco. I do believe.
That does look like a pacerless Mark DeFalco.
23 years old, the youngest finisher of the Cocodona 250 so far, or will be.
Or will be, yes.
Once he makes his journey through the alternate finish route.
A member of the Tucson Trail Runners.
Pima Pirates, representing. And yeah, Billy Oliver. Yeah, Mark, and there was one other 23-year-old.
Yeah.
And Ben Troy was the other young person, and I think that Ben Troy DNF. So Mark DeFalco will be the youngest finisher of the Cocodona 250. He is about to make the iconic left-hand turn on Birch. We do have audio now.
Now you got audio.
Yeah, sorry
How
about
you feel
that.
for your last little bit?
Oh, feeling good. Coming back.
It's almost
I'm just
there.
happy to be done. I'm excited to see my family.
I bet. Nice job, Mark.
If my mom is watching, hi, Mom.
Are we going that way? Okay. Yep. We're going to cross, and it's a little different finish. The gate's closed, so.
Got the alternate finish coming in.
Thank you. Wow, look at that. Nice.
Right on your time?
Right on this way, stay to the right of the van here, guys.
Coming in right around the
Have him in
95-hour
just a
mark.
second here. The Pima Pirate, the 23-year-old Mark DeFalco, coming in, ladies and gentlemen, to finish the Cocodona 250.
Little wave for the fans.
Little wave for the fans. I love it. And let's go to our boots on the ground there with Jill on the Jill cam. What an incredible run there by Mark. Rob, without reading your question out loud, the answer is yes. We do not mind.
Mark DeFalco looking good, looking happy to be finished here with his day and his race.
Going in, getting his post race photo shot there so that we can get the pre and post side by sides. A classic here at the Cocodona 250. And Martha Hughes in the chat making sure to point out that this year, yes, I think that goes without saying that we were referencing maybe this year as Stefan Fiandero, a.k.a. Stefan Claus, the 20-year-old who finished last year. But I think it is good to note.
It's good to note.
We
some Pima Pirate shirts here on the live stream as well, too. So cool to see Mark with a little bit of a fan club here.
Our oldest finisher. That is a great question.
As we're looking in here on Mark DeFalco, who just finished the Cocodona 250 at age 23, just under 96 total hours, getting himself a liquid death.
It looks like we have a couple of options here for our oldest finisher. So Bart Mangino is still in the race, the Prescott Valley, Arizona native. He is 69 years old and the oldest person in the race still. He is back at mile 195, so he's kind of chasing cutoff. He's back chasing cutoffs a little bit, so hopefully he can stay ahead and continue to be the kind of the oldest finisher still on course. After him, it is Jeff Goldstein, who we saw leave Walnut Canyon, who I would imagine is basically a lock. I mean, a lot can go wrong between getting up and down Eldon into the finish, but he's not going to get timed out.
No, he's not going to get timed out. He's got enough time to get here through the finish line.
Pima Pirates representing Pima County, Tucson, Arizona. When we're looking at a phone, I don't know what we were looking at, but someone's showing us something on their phone. So shout out. Shout out to Mark DeFalco. And now we await our next finisher. My first name brethren, Matt Woolley from Sandy, Utah, will be our next runner to come in.
Matt Woolley looks to be just about 2 miles in, so he's just outside of Buffalo Park right now. So he's making pretty good time behind Mr. DeFalco here.
And it looks like he's just about to get into Buff Park proper, maybe. Looks like there. Probably just got through that.
Just came
that
up the
gate.
single track, yeah.
Just got through the gate, and he's going to head to the Angel Wings there of Buffalo Park. And while we see if we can get that feed cleaned up here, the views you can see. Heritage Square Gate still closed there.
Still being protected by the police here in Flagstaff. Maybe that's by design. Who knows? And it looks like we have another pirate too. Tim Kronk is apparently a Pima pirate as well as Mark DeFalco. Tim Kronk from Oro Valley. It's a little bit north of Flagstaff there, right on the borders of the Push Ridge. Very picturesque mountains down there in Tucson. Definitely some rugged trail running down there as well.
Let's send it back to Jill here as we look on. We got a little party here in Fort Tuthill, so let's send it there for a little bit.
Looks like we've had some runners come in here recently. Looks like could be Abraham Mancino. We did see Nate Dervin here a little bit ago. Aaron Drasler was also getting close. She's right around mile 212. Same with Hernan Garcia and Paul Johnson. And yes, Brit Scott Jenkins, the lone Brit and our top Brit here at this year's race, is closing in on the finish. He is about 4 miles away right now. As we look in here on Fort Tuthill, mile 213, we just watched Mark DeFalco, the 23-year-old, come across the finish line here just under 96 total hours. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks, Maria, for watching while you're getting in some mileage. As we kind of look back in here on the back of the Packers, Stephen Park, Josh Garza, and Jamie Johnson, all between about miles 191 and 194 as they chase their cutoff time. And Matt O'Brien informing me that the Denim Cowboy, Mr. Tadejewski, has also checked in here at Fort Tuthill, number 19. So we are looking around here and seeing some of the runners walking around and enjoying the spoils of the Fort Tuthill aid station. And Mr. DeFalco getting some love here from the chat and some congratulations on a great finish for the youngest racer in the race this year, getting across the finish line as we await Matt Woolley, who is just moving through Buffalo Park right now and is about 2 miles away from his finish at the Cocodona 250. Matt Woolley looks to be actually about 1.5 miles away. Matt Woolley's got quite the depth of 100-mile experience here as well. This looks to be his first attempt at anything longer than 100 or 200. Rick also pointing out that we have a couple Floridians still out there on course, Dave Krupsey and Helgi Olafsson. We will keep an eye on them as well. Looking like they are approaching. Looks like they are approaching, working towards the Walnut Canyon aid station, mile 229. One right around the Kelly Canyon aid station, mile 205. As right now we are looking in here at Fort Tuthill. Let's take a look here and see who is approaching Kelly Canyon. Kelly Canyon's our first aid station after the Munns Park out and back after that last cutoff time. Looks like we have a number of runners in and around here. Mark McConnell, Morgan Weinberg, Cliff Matthews, Carol Balloon, Valerie Nussbaumer, David Duran, Courtney Boyle, and Aaron Linehan, all kind of in and around that Kelly Canyon aid station. They look to be about to start their journey towards Fort Tuthill, which is where we are tuned in right now here, mile 213. Matt Woolley being pointed out, only one of 2 Utah runners here in the field besides Michael McKnight, who we watched finish yesterday or last night. 2 nights ago about.
Yeah, yesterday morning, I guess.
Yesterday
technically,
morning.
at like 3
A
a.m.
very early morning.
But it was worth it for all the post-race banter that we were able to get on the jam cam with McKnight telling us, breaking the news that in year one he wanted to DNF on the way up Lane Mountain but didn't have cell reception to call in the chopper to pick him up.
Probably best for his wallet there. I don't know how much insurance covers those medevacs off the mountain.
And a great question from Mike McGinnis. What happens in the black tent just across from the finish? Those are the post-race photos. So they do a pre-race photo at bib pickup, and here's our finish. You can't see it in this shot here, but it looks like Jill might be back on. If she has her cam on, if she can show us that photo tent. And so I'll send it to her. I think that it is vertical here, but yeah, that's the photo tent. Her phone is currently vertical. Yeah, and she's gonna get that fixed for us. But yeah, we do a pre-race photo, and so as soon as they finish, they do the post-race photo for the side-by-side, which is pretty cool. Tracy in the chat. Mandy Goody's mom.
Mandy Gowdy. It was pointed
Gowdy's.
out in the chat earlier that it is Gowdy. I've been saying it wrong for quite a while. Looks like.
And we do have a big update here in the chat from the legend himself, Andre Lee, that he will be pacing David Duran from Walnut Canyon to the finish. If Andre has any update, is Junior, David Duran's dinosaur, who was his pacer, still with him or not? If Andre can give us any information there, that would be wonderful.
Matt Woolley right now looks to be through Buffalo Park or getting very close to being through Buffalo Park, so we'll be awaiting him coming through here to the finish line. And he looks to be on the Schweitzer Canyon section of trail before hitting the road, so enjoying his last bits of dirt before taking the pavement into Flagstaff.
And we do have a good shot now of that photo op. That black tent, whenever Joe can pan that way for us. And there it is, right there. They go in there with the legend Howie Stern. Get their post-race photo so that we can do the side-by-sides. I wonder if we have any side-by-sides up yet. Probably not. Oh, we do. So let me go to the steady iPad here. So we do have the Sarah O side by side. Oh, that's just her finished photo there. Sorry about that. But you can see this is the photo that they are getting in there. There's the legend herself, Sarah Ostaszewski. And if you are interested in seeing any more, we do have a Goldberg finish photo here. The legend, the crowd favorite. You can go over Cocodona 250 on Instagram. Yeah, so the way to share your photo would be to use the hashtag Cocodona250, or if you tag Cocodona250 on Instagram, I can pull it up on the iPad the way I just did there. again, we are just waiting more runners, so for the time being, we will keep it locked here as we have no real action at Fort Tuttle. We'll keep it at Fort Tuttle for the time being.
Yeah, we'll check in here. We definitely had some runners who have recently come in or left, including the Denman Cowboy himself, Anthony Tadejewski. And it looks like we've had some runners depart recently, including Emmy Palmero Winters, Chris Guerra, Henry Ward, and Francesco Sinopoli. They are making their way down now towards Walnut Canyon, mile 229. Francesco from Kingman, Arizona, out there on the I-40 on the way to LA.
We got Matt Woolley will be our next runner here. Followed by then Ray Sanchez and Scott Jenkins.
I'd say it's safe to say both these guys have quite the following here in the chat. Been a lot of Ray Sanchez love in the chat, as well as some Scott Jenkins love as well too. And it looks like Abby Fleming doing some great work here and having more beers for the finish line, so can't go wrong with having more beers at the finish line. I'm sure all of the runners will appreciate that. No better time to carbo load than as soon as you finish off a 250-mile race. As we are waiting on Matt Woolley, the Sandy, Utah resident, 49 years old, vast 100 miles experience, recently finishing the Antelope Island Buffalo Run 100-miler in Syracuse, Utah. That was back in March, so a pretty quick turnaround from that 100-miler. We guess we can call that a tune-up run for the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, most definitely. Just a training run, you know?
Yeah, it's just your last long run, you know? It's part of your taper. I mean, it is only it's less than half the distance of the 250-mile race, so it makes sense by the traditional metrics of race training. So we look in here now at Fort Tuthill. Got to say, Matt, is the Ultra Bug bit you yet? You know, you get to sit here and spectate this and commentate on all these races. Is it has your finger twitched over to Ultra sign up for a few yourself?
I think that after I get some sleep, it might.
Well, one might say you're as well trained now as you're ever going to be for one of these long races on this sleep deprivation training.
Yeah,
so
my sleep deprivation training is certainly on point. But yeah, we'll see. Definitely want to get back out there and race again sometime soon. How about you, Nick?
I got to say my fingers I was, browsing Ultra Sign Up while I was watching the live feed the other day after I finished up here on the commentary. So got my eye on some things. We'll see what comes up here in the near future.
You know, maybe come out and lower your course record at Big Pond.
I don't think I'll ever break that course record at Big Pond. That was a pretty good run. I ran that one pretty well. So I think I'll leave that one as is. Let someone else take that one back from me. It is a fun race, though. If you're ever looking for a weekend in June, you get up in Flagstaff, Big Pine, out at Fort Tuthill where our cameras are now. It's definitely a good one. Some memorable races out there. Tommy Rivers Pusey, I remember from a couple years ago running the 50K, finishing covered in blood, as he frequently did. So
I believe that is where the ultra career of the great Stephen Kirsch
that
began.
Is actually yeah
That
is. Stephen Kirsch, who has put together a great ultra career since making the switch over to the longer distances. Just an all-around good guy, too. It's fun to see him pacing in Sensman yesterday, bringing him back to the finish line. I also ran the original Sky Peaks race back in its first year, and I can fully say that course ruined me. Going up and over Eldon twice before finishing on some ski slopes that put me in my place real fast. I was dipping my toes in ultras then, and I pulled my toes out promptly after experiencing that one. So
But then you came back.
came back for some more. And I gotta say the new Sky Peaks course looks pretty awesome. So they've done a really good job with redesigning that and spending a lot of time on the peaks there. It's funny, a lot of those dirt roads and trails on the north side of the peaks don't get run so too frequently. So it's kind of a cool place to go to and get to run supported. So we don't have a count on the official count on as many bucket hats are made on the course. I know we've seen approximately like 200 of them so far. So bucket hats being a very popular option to protect you from the Arizona sun. As we wait here on Matt Woolley, let's check the updates here and see if that's changed at all. And he's probably about a mile out from the finish.
Someone in the chat, were bucket hats a part of the runner swag? No, they were not. Runners did get a race belt or a bib belt, Aravaipa bib belt, and they got a pair of eye covers to when they wanted to do their, take a little nap. And they had a sun-protected, long-sleeve hooded shirt.
Yeah, we've
Cocodona logo on it.
seen a bunch of the runners come through with that baby blue sun-protected shirt. Looks really nice.
Yeah, amongst a myriad of other things in there as well, but those were the ones that stood out to me.
Question here in the chat: what's the nearest aid station to mile 198? That would be Kelly Canyon. That's mile 205. 198 is kind of in the middle there between the Munns Park out and Kelly Canyon aid station. So looks like we do have a camera heading out towards out on Beaver Street to maybe catch Mr. Woolley as he comes into the finish.
I think that we have him possibly on the wonderful Alley cam. Huge shout out to Alley. And there we have Woolley himself, Mr. Matt Woolley, my first name brother.
Sandy,
Still moving
Utah
strong.
native.
No, and I need to. Yeah, there we go. Audio.
That's right. After that brutal climb. Were you up there for the win this morning? Or last night? Yeah.
It was windy. It was nice up there.
Oh, they had some gale force winds through the night, I guess. So
I was grateful I wasn't there at night.
Yeah.
That wind. Yeah.
Look at him. He's off. He knows he is closing in on the finish line. Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Again, he will be taking the alternate route into the finish.
yeah, we got a little change, but I'll coach you through it. They've got the gate closed, so a little different finish, but I got you.
And we are here watching Matt Woolley work his way down Beaver Street, closing in on his Cocodona 250 finish, his first finish of over 200 miles.
They're talking about you.
He's still moving so strong right now as he is about to make the second iconic left on the course onto Birch in just a matter of moments.
Passing by the Theatricos company here, the Doris, the community playhouse. Here's some cheers there in the distance. Pulling Matt Woolley here into the finish.
Yep. Then you're gonna go left.
And there he is
And
making
there.
that left-hand turn onto Birch.
You. Sorry, I need to swear your last thing.
Kevin Rowe in the chat. A lot of big mad energy in the chat right
Always,
here.
there's always big energy in the chat. Might be a couple days before you see Matt out on the trails. Imagine he'd take a couple days off here after this beast of a race, but he is looking really, really good coming into the finish here.
You're gonna go right at this street, okay? There's trucks in the alley that go to the right of the trucks. There's folks there directing you.
And we are going to send it to our finish line cam, as we don't want to miss this, as he will be coming in just a minute here. And here he comes, the Sandy, Utah native, Matt Woolley, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is. Yeah.
The emphatic fist pump and throwing down the trekking poles.
I am
What a
absolutely
celebration.
loving the soccer celebrations. Matt Woolley feels like he just scored a goal straight to the corner flag for the fist pumps. What
Oh,
an
fun.
incredible effort.
Fun celebration there. Fun to see him get to celebrate with some family. What a great run, finishing so strong. That's Matt Woolley out of Sandy, Utah. The 49-year-old getting his first Cocodona finish, as we now eagerly await Scott Jenkins, our top British competitor here in the race, as he has now made his way down off of Eldon and is approaching Buffalo Park.
And he's going into the notorious black tent for his post-race photo. AJW loved the triple fist punch celebration. We've had some good celebrations here. That is for sure. We had Mark DeFalco with the little two-hand high by the face. Loved it. What an absolutely incredible run by Matt Woolley. We should be having Ray Sanchez as our next finisher here. We just had Matt Woolley finish, and it looks like our next runner is either going to be Scott Jenkins. He hasn't pinged in about 12 minutes, or it is going to be Ray Sanchez, who just pinged. So they were separated as of this ping by about a mile. So they're pretty close to each other. So if it is in fact Scott, who was ahead earlier, but they were pretty close once again, we will switch that.
Both right around that Buffalo Park area there. So
Yep, should be coming kind of through the heart of Buffalo Park at any minute. And it looks like we may have the cam up on Eldon. I'll just need him to turn it horizontally if he can. Cameron Harder, there he is, who helped us film Sarah Ostaszewski coming into the finish last night. He is back out there, and I just need to do something quickly here to be able to bring him in.
And right now we've got our camera still on Heritage Square here in downtown Flagstaff, where we are waiting on Ray Sanchez and Scott Jenkins, who are in pretty close proximity to each other here as they make their way down from Mount Eldon. And we're working on getting a camera feed here from Cameron up on Mount Eldon. And there we go. Got a beautiful feed here.
Up high in the pines. Runners will make their way down into the aid station there. See a little sleep tent over there as well, maybe.
Wow, some interesting info from Abby Fleming here, too.
Oh, and
there
it
he
is the legend himself. He's on mute on his end, so we can't even hear him, but we probably don't need to. I'm glad that Pete, how are you doing? Nope, no audio, unfortunately. But we are glad that Pete could take some time away from grilling up some filet mignon for the runners up there. We had some ribs last night. Oh, he says, wait. I wonder if Pete was up there when Scott made it, our only British runner made it to the top of Mount Eldon. I wonder if he was graded by Pete. Yep, we got the head nod. Pete, also a native of the... Oh, look at this.
Wow, what a view.
Amazing. Pete just having the time of his life up there. I don't know if there's anything... The only thing Pete would probably enjoy more would be like grilling meats on top of Humphreys.
Yeah, that's probably about it. Up over tree line there.
Yeah, that would be about it. But, you know, grilling meats on top of Eldon will have to suffice. And so we are going to send it back to... Oh, Pete turned us back to the trail. I love it. We will see if we can get audio. We do have our eyes out for Ray Sanchez. So as soon as we get Ray coming in, we will be making sure that we're taking him to the finish, courtesy of our great filmer, Allie, who's probably racking up the miles.
She is also racking up the miles, yeah. There was some interesting info from Abby there in the chat that Scott is potentially dealing with a stress fracture and has been since about mile 100. So he's really been having to work hard and deal with some pain. So thoughts out to him, and thoughts out to as he finishes up this last stretch of running here as we wait for Ray Sanchez and Scott Jenkins, our next two runners likely coming in here.
There we see Bree
Flagstaff.
Sullivan just on your screen there with Wild Women Running. Great organization. I believe based here in the Valley. So shout out to Bree. The Bell, we've got some dogs. It's a party up on Eldon.
It is a party up on Eldon. Everyone hanging
and like
out.
I said yesterday, we've got like great footage, great vibes up here. And Pete's up there. The party doesn't start until Pete walks in. So it's good to have Pete up there, bringing the big energy as runners crest Eldon are probably thanking whatever supreme being they do or do not believe in at that point, before they make their way down Eldon Lookout Road. People in the chat about Scott Jenkins, maybe get him a couple of beers for that stress fracture.
Well, you can use some beers to ice the stress fracture, and you can use some beers to drink away the pain. So
Yeah.
the more the merrier there.
And again, we have, I know people want us to get ready for Ray. We have a filmer, I do believe, out there and ready. However, just to be safe, just for the people at home, we will keep it right here so that we do not miss the crowd favorite, Mr. Ray Sanchez of Sacramento, California. Looks like he should be on the Switzer Canyon Trail there. He is just ahead of Scott Jenkins, who is crossing through Buffalo Park still. They're talking about the view we got from Eldon, the old J.C. Penney store. So from up there, I believe you do look out more northeastward, typically at least on the Lookout Trail when you're coming up. So you're kind of overlooking Flagstaff Mall.
Well, there, Tony and Janet Bain were talking about some of the older shops that used to be in downtown Flagstaff, and I think that's where the old J.C. Penney was, including the old Tissaw's sporting goods store. So they were just trading some memories there of maybe some days gone by here in downtown Flagstaff.
Amazing. And, oh, I think I just missed. Oh, I just missed him. John, can we follow Tony Russ with the beautiful hair in? And if we can get a bib on the bright orange shirt here. 123, Jared Buchanan. And then if we can get a shot of another Aravaipa legend who lives in New Mexico, Tony Russ, with the beautiful, beautiful hair. I swear I saw him come in. Otherwise, I'd just have the ghost of Tony Russ in my head.
I mean, he's supposed to be out there, so.
Here we see Jared Buchanan having himself an amazing run.
Checking in at the penultimate aid station, getting very close here. Just 21 odd miles. No big deal at all to get to the finish line here. No climbs or anything like that in the way. I don't think so, at least, right?
No, there shouldn't be any climbs left. You know? Just that little bump, I guess.
Just a little bump, couple 1,000 feet or whatever, you know.
We'll see. Yep, so I did fix that. So we've got a view here
We're-
from Eldon.
Word is that Ray is also running unsupported.
Nice.
So that's a heck of an effort when you're doing that by yourself. And the Ray stands are showing up in the chat here as well now. So a lot of people sending Ray some love and some energy here as he makes his way probably about a mile left until he finishes his Cocodona 250.
And we're back at Walnut Canyon. Can we get a bib here? John? Oh, and John's unmuted, so I need to unmute him here. Who do we have here? Sorry.
Are we live yet?
Yep.
We're live.
We're live.
Cesar Rotundo.
We're still live. I'm alive.
Yeah, we saw Cesar at
Live.
the
Perfect.
Sedona aid station, I do believe, and he said he couldn't drop because he'd been seen on the live stream, and so he's continuing to push for.
I've seen other doctors. I didn't hear what you said, but yeah, I've seen other doctors.
Yep.
Everybody knows 104. I also have a physical therapist helping me right now. I believe it.
He's doing an amazing job.
I'm eating too much. Is there anything like too much?
He's doing amazing. He's having himself a really great run as well.
No.
Cesar Rotundo, bib 104 there. Awesome, and we're going to send it back to Eldon here, I believe. Looks like we're going to have some more camera feeds coming in at Walnut Canyon in a little bit. Do have, it looks like, some runners coming into Walnut Canyon there.
It looks we got someone here with Scott, and they are about 1.7 miles away. So they are closing in through that Buffalo Park section here. And as we watch here at Walnut Canyon, checking in on some runners, we just saw Cesar Rotundo as we are waiting for Ray Sanchez, who is probably about a mile out right now from the finish line in Heritage Square.
Oh, and the chat wants to know, so we'll bring Pete back on. Does Pete have any vegan options at the top of Eldon? And I know Pete is right here, so if he can... Yeah, yep. He gave us a little nod. It may have froze on the live view, but we could see it. Thumbs up from Pete. You know, Pete, while he is a carnivore himself, he supports everyone. You know, he supports all runners and wants them to be able to make it down Mount Eldon and to finish there in Heritage Square. Again, we are keeping our eye out on our other feeds here for our next finisher, Mr. Ray Sanchez. Should be coming down any minute there. And let's actually send it back to the start-finish here. Looks like we still have the closed gate, so we're going to have a lot of runners with the alternative finish, or the alternate finish. Oh, and Pete with the view here. So this is looking out more north. Now you're starting to look more back towards the city here would be on the right side of the mountain. And so from this vantage point, you're looking out kind of towards northeast of Flagstaff, straight up the 89A, I do believe.
Yeah, I think you're looking towards the Cinder Hills there.
Yep.
And looks like we got some video here of Ray Sanchez, who is less than a mile away from the finish
That's on
line.
the Shad cam. Awesome. Shad is just pulling, I don't even know what duty number this is, but Shad has just been out all day. Shad, we're going to have to take good care of you after these last few days of helping film, buddy.
I'm just trying to give these guys their due respect they deserve.
Wonder if there's a
Crushing it out here.
It looks good. Ray's looking really good.
And Ray did this unsupported, is
I
what.
didn't sign up for the code. Yeah, but the code.
Ray is looking smooth here as he passes Flagstaff Medical Center. looking in at Ray Sanchez.
Nope, you're gonna go second set of lights. Probably 6-7 blocks still.
The Sacramento native.
Just looking smooth and fresh. Barely looks like he ran 250 miles at all. Looks great.
We got the fans out. I believe he is about to pass the now infamous Beaver Street Liquors.
Beaver Street Liquors.
Yep.
Important to emphasize the street there.
We've got Pete Mortimer on screen real quick, showing us his home.
That's probably where he was out running this morning.
His home away from home. Mount Humphreys in the San Francisco Peaks.
Got a summit or two before heading out there to help crew at Mount Eldon.
And we're bringing it back to the Shad Cam with the great Ray Sanchez. I was trying to look, is Ray our first Northern California finisher?
I believe him to be the first Northern California. We've had a lot of SoCal today, but I don't think anybody from Northern California. Nope, that's Big Bear, so nope, that's... Yeah, depending where Wrightwood, California is, probably into...
What was it?
Wrightwood, W-R-I-G-H-T. As we watch Ray Sanchez here in his last mile of the Cocodona 250, working his way down Beaver Street. Ray Sanchez, a man of incredible ultra experience. Numerous 100 and 150 mile runs, 24-hour runs, 200-mile runs, and to cap it off this year with the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, Wrightwood is out northeast of LA. So, Southern California.
Southern California. So he is our first Northern Californian. This is what the start of what looks to be an incredible season for Ray Sanchez. He ran 100 in April. He's running this. He's got 100 in June, 200 milers in June, 100 miler in July, and finishing off his summer with the Bigfoot 200 in August. So Ray Sanchez out here working hard here to start his summer of racing.
Yeah, and I believe someone in the chat said unsupported here.
Unsupported, correct.
Well, supported by the lovely aid stations. But no crew. Now he is just a couple blocks away from his turn on to Birch. Before he will take the alternate route into Heritage Square. Won't get to traverse down Cocodona Alley.
We can just call it Cocodona Avenue, you know.
Yeah.
So we just have a, rename it. Just a couple blocks away from that left-hand turn. Looking strong, looking smooth, running consistently. He's about to cross the street here.
We probably make it.
Shad is out there willing to throw himself in front of traffic as well to help get Ray to the finish. Ray has been running strong. We've seen Ray. I think the last time we saw Ray was down at Sedona, and he is still looking really good, moving really strong as he closes in on the finish of this epic 250-mile adventure known as the Cocodona 250.
Looks like he's got a little bit of a finishing kick here as well, too.
He is going to forgo Cocodona Alley. He's going to turn left here down Finisher's Lane.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Making his final turn here of the race. A lot of California love coming in here from the chat for Ray. He's got a huge fan contingent here. A lot of people excited to see him finish.
Look at that. Are we going to get a celebration? We'll go to our boots on the ground, Miss Jill. No celebration, all business from Ray.
Too cool for the celebration.
Well, you know what they say. You got to act like you've been there.
Act like you've been there before,
Ray,
exactly.
Ray with his upcoming schedule, no shortage of confidence that he was going to get this done. Huge race, huge effort by Ray. Amazing job. A lot of NorCal love in the chat as well.
Everybody loving on Ray in the chat. He's a legend. Someone who demands a lot of respect here in the ultra community, as we are now just a couple minutes away from our next finisher here, too, Scott Jenkins.
Yep, and we do have a camera out with Scott as well. We're looking for Scott. Let's see. And we will have looks like another Walnut Canyon feed here, so we'll be able to check in from Walnut Canyon as runners are coming in. And we do have our Allison cam is up and running up here by the hospital. Oh, and hold on, Jill. Let us get us a good shot of that. There he is. Ray Sanchez, our most recent finisher, which means the British legend himself, Scott Jenkins, be coming right up here shortly. We do have a pretty epic view of Mount Eldon. I don't know exactly how this is so crisp. But
I told you there's really great cell reception up there on the top of Mount Eldon.
And then, well, I'm guessing Pete is still manning the camera here.
Yeah, Pete's just been kind of rambling around the trails up there for a while.
Yeah, Pete's actually just going for a run, and we are going to send it back as we have Scott Jenkins. Sorry to cut you off, Pete. We got to send it to the Brit who is running. Scott Jenkins here. I believe he's Welsh. I believe that's the Welsh flag there. And hopefully someone has some bevies waiting for him at the finish line here.
I think there's a whole cooler full of bevies at the finish line there.
Well, I know we have a tower of some liquid death, but I think he's going to need maybe a pint of Guinness or something like that.
Experience here in Arizona. And then I want to also say a big thank you to my wife, Abby Fleming, who came out on a birthday and crewed me for 5 days.
Oh, that's awesome! Well, you're amazing.
Max, I met for the first time yesterday.
Hi, Max.
And we got Lee Adams, and we got Lucia, and Dion Leonard. They've all helped me this week. And I just feel so proud to be here. Flying on a little Welsh flag.
Yeah! Woo-hoo! Heck yeah!
Get it proper and take it back to our country the first recognition. So it just means so much to me, and it's just an amazing experience. I just don't know what to say. So emotional. Also, I need to say thank you for the beer yesterday as well.
Excellent.
So thank you. It's massive thank you.
Scott Jenkins at a loss for words. He says his emotions running high after running across Arizona. Certainly can't blame him as he carries the Welsh flag here down
Oh,
Beaver
honey,
Street.
it's close. Hey! I'll have to take you around the corner to my pub because I've got a Welsh flag hanging right in there. Yeah! My husband might not be too happy either. Uptown Pub House.
So good. I just got to say, this is one of the hardest races in the world.
Oh, yeah?
That descent from Lincoln Mountain.
Ooh, that I know. That's a tough one.
I've been running since Monday morning. On Monday afternoon, I smashed my ankle up pretty bad. Running on all that stuff. Yeah. I just can't believe it. Finally here. Every step is hurt.
I'm going to go hit the crosswalk for you.
Yeah, no worries.
Amazing just getting to listen in.
The great Ali J bringing him home, getting across the crosswalk there.
Is that when I run, I always raise money for a charity called Operation Smile. They're a charity that fix smiles, children, cleft lips and cleft palates all around the world. Fantastic charity. So please do have a look at my social media. You can see that they're a wonderful charity to donate to if you want to. It's
That's awesome.
at Scott J.
All right, let's do it. Come on,
All
let's bring you in.
Come on then, do you want to race?
Cool message there from Scott that he likes to raise money here for charity for
You
his
know, I'm going to
run,
be
so
in
check
here.
out
Here,
his
go on the
social
sidewalk. I
media
got you.
for
I'll follow
that.
you. I'm going to be in your neck of the woods in September. Nope, I'm going to be in the Dragon's Back, so I won't.
Well, there you go.
It's right. You're doing great. Just a few more blocks. We're going to keep on heading down.
Yeah. Awesome. I really thought we were there. And the paper.
I know. It's a little, this long street is a...
You know what I'm looking for? Dark Sky Brewing Company.
It's right at the end.
Yeah, I know it is. I've been there too many times.
Nice.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, it's amazing. It seems so surreal because I've been thinking about this since the race got launched. This route, it's all been in my head. I knew the left turn onto Beaver Street. Knew where I wanted to go. Look for Dark Sky Brewing. Maybe go up and things like you. There we go.
I'll follow you guys for a while, so I don't kick Max off into the road.
Amazing here. Scott Jenkins is making his way to downtown
That's my friend
Flagstaff.
Margaret.
Flagstaff legend Margaret Montfort there in the background cheering on Scott.
Nick Hilton just said hi on the screen, on the live stream.
Nick Hilton, a former Flagstaff resident who's still a celebrity up there.
Far from it, but cool to see Scott here have the support of the locals as he comes in. You can tell this is a meaningful finish line for him today.
Yeah.
If you haven't been to this country, people need to go. Come see it, come race it. It's tough. And it's sadly for the
Relentless.
And obviously being from Wales, I know a lot about the sunny weather and climate. Got loads of it.
Woo!
Got the sports space. It's really lovely. I love the Tamron coat. I have to keep running. I can't even stop to get water. Thanks for that. But they're nearly there.
No, you can. You could savor it. You could walk. Do whatever you want. This is your last bit.
It's just all the late nights working in the gym, training hard for it. It all comes down to this. Each last steps. It's just to acclimatise to this race.
Oh, I bet. Oh my God.
Seal it up. And then It's up to 56 degrees. You see what's the documentary on Netflix. Keep me motivated. Alright.
Looks like we do have some runners up on Eldon here real quick. There's Bree Grigsby coming up Eldon. Shout out to Pete Mortimer for getting us this shot here, but we are too close here
Just wait,
to the finish.
It's
of
so
our next
true.
finisher, Scott Jenkins.
I'll spend a lot of days in the canyon, a lot of days on the mountain.
There we go. Massive shout out to all my friends in North hometown and Arts in South Wales, to all my work colleagues, J in London. To my
You know
family.
this guy?
Yeah, it's my coach. Massive shout out to my coach. Look at this.
Oh, is that Jeff Browning?
Yeah,
Woohoo, Coach!
Oh, cool moment here with his coach Jeff Browning here as we make our way down Beaver Street.
Woo! I'm gonna knock my head off.
No, I don't.
No, let's get you to the finish.
Awesome moment to see here. Jeff Browning all over the place.
He is all over the place.
I just said, it's just like a branded just to go to the dark sky because of the beer and the pizza.
Well, you wrap up.
You should win for This is amazing, man. What a moment. Get to share it. My wife, coach, it's just amazing. All my friends and family at home, it's just like, there's so much. Think of that.
Oh, thank you.
Part of me wants to run fast, and the other part is like, actually, I just want to try it. Yeah, so go round again.
This is your left, babe.
Amazing. I can't believe it.
He's gonna make the left-hand turn here onto Birch.
Thank you so much.
You had to put it together, brother.
Thanks,
You had to
brother.
put it together.
All right, let's go while we get the.
Sorry. We have to mute there with the music. I was hearing a little Flow Rida in my ears.
That would stop right at the
There we
end. Yeah, different finish.
Okay. No problem. So just between these two.
You know, this next block here we go right and then left into the alley.
Okay, cool.
They've got the gate locked.
Scott there running down Birch Street now, just a few moments away from his Cocodona 250
I'm gonna
finish.
make sure I got it
If you've
right.
been listening in here, you can tell how much this finish line means to him. He's
Yeah,
got the Welsh
we met
flag
on
here as
Erie
well
2
too.
weeks ago. Good, how are you?
For all my friends and family.
Oh, I cried for you too. Oh, Bubba.
I can't believe it.
Soak it in.
It's so surreal.
Last few steps.
The run for 90. Look at this. 252 miles and 96 hours.
Got it.
58. I thought I'd better bring it in under 97, Jack. Oh, look, we've arranged a van. Thank you. Look
He's
at
gonna
this.
turn here.
It's really nice. You've got a nice
Finisher, what we
van
call
away as
finisher's
well.
row.
Something
Yeah,
like that,
they
yeah.
just wanted to make.
We're gonna take it here to the static cam here. And here he comes. She saw Jeff Browning running ahead there. There he is. What a finish.
What a finish. What a celebration from Scott Jenkins. What a last mile of running.
Looks like our Jill feed isn't. We're not getting the refresh there. Our Jill feed is frozen here. If Jill is able to hear me, if she can refresh her browser, I know it's going to take her offline for a second, but we really want to capture this when she comes back on. What an incredible, incredible run there by Scott Jenkins. So we should have Jill back on soon. I know I saw her. Yep, and we got Jill back now. Now we're going to get the eyes back on Scott. There we go.
There he is, Scott Jenkins. A lot of love from the chat for Scott. A lot of people celebrating along with him here. Definitely been a popular guy over the past 5 days.
Yeah, huge shout out to Scott there. Bottoms up.
Getting that well-deserved beer at the finish. Good for you, Scott.
Incredible. I think he's going to send it all home there. I think he just... There he is. He's getting the black chair at Heritage Square. What an incredible effort.
Yeah, what a cool last mile there for Scott, too. Just talking about what it means to him, going through the whole experience and how emotional it was. Definitely was awesome to be able to follow along for that and kind of hear a little bit from of his story from the last 250 miles.
So it looks like our next runner to come in now will be a little bit away. She's on the trails leading into Buffalo Park. She is about 4 miles away.
Carol Northrup, the provider of Scott Jenkins' Fort Tut Hill beer. So she will be coming in here in an hour or so after Mr. Scott Jenkins. And at this point, this is where I take my leave, Matt.
This is where Nick Hilton leaves us, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to be stuck with me for a while before the magnificent Christopher Warden joins for a special edition of a Friday night Aravaipa After Dark. So huge shout out to Chris, who I know is in the chat, and thank you so much, Nick, for all your hard work this week, for blessing the viewers with your beautiful voice and your knowledge here. So thank you so much. And there we are. We appreciate you, man, and have a good rest of your day going back into the real world now.
I don't know how I'm going to get back to the real world, but really, thanks so much for having me. It's
Awesome.
been a special week. I really enjoyed being on here and watching these athletes have this journey. So what a way to finish, watching Scott Jenkins come in here. So I'll be following along the rest of the day, and thanks so much for having me.
Awesome. Thank you. And we're going to take just a couple minutes while I see Nick out of here, and we will be right back with the commentary. And you're looking at the great Scott Jenkins, the Welshman, enjoying a beverage with race director Steven Adderholt. Not sure. That might be a liquid death for Steve. Cannot confirm, though. Hey, thanks so much, dude.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much for having me part of it.
That was great.
It was awesome. I loved every second of it. This was a great time. So, if you guys ever have any commentary needs in the future,
Yeah, for sure, dude.
don't hesitate to reach out and ask.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back, and I believe that I am about to send it, I think, let's see, where is this? Yeah, up to Mount Eldon here. We've got Aravaipa. Yeah, and we've got audio now. It's a bit windy up there, but we do have audio. There's the great Brianna Grigsby. She is having herself a great time. Way to go, Bree.
It's great. Feeling great. So excited to be up here, and I'll be looking forward to seeing everyone at the finish line soon.
Awesome. You're doing awesome, Bree. Keep it up.
Thank you. So good, so good.
And there we've got Brianna Grigsby continuing on her maiden voyage from Prescott, Arizona, all the way up to Flagstaff here. She is absolutely crushing it. Again, we will keep our eyes out for all our other camera feeds that we have here. We're going to have some more runner cams coming on. We're going to have Josh, I believe, taking runners in from the hospital. I've got his camera feed up. So as runners get a little bit closer, I know that he'll be up there. We're going to have some continued coverage from Fort Tuttle, where we'll check in now. We've got some amazing volunteer filmers over at Walnut Canyon with Caroline. So we're taking a look at some athletes out there. And yeah, it's going to be a great time. But we'll send it back up to the top of Mount Eldon with Brianna Grigsby.
From now on, because I was running, and one of my teachers said, "You can run a little bit." And I said, "Let me try." And the first few minutes was so hard. every step I had to say, run, 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 run. And then as the further I went, the easier it got. And you just start with that 15-minute mile, you know, and you just continue to work and realize that you can do it. And then when you think you can't. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there might not think that they can do something like this, but they totally can. And the other thing I realized is that everybody who's finishing this race is amazing. It doesn't matter what place you come in, how slow, how fast, you could be CFL, and this accomplishment is just so amazing. Like, the last person to finish this race should be celebrated just as much as the first person. I think that's true of the DNS too, isn't it? Yeah. I have a friend who
We all went through this together.
DNS for medical reasons. Her accomplishment. Celebrate too. It's about everybody out here. We're all together. We're all going through hard times together. We all suffer together. And we all celebrate. We all, yeah. Absolutely. And the camaraderie of hanging out here, stretching your limits, physically but mostly mentally. It's just so refreshing. So refreshing. Yeah, just when people do well, they don't think you can do it, that's what you can. If you want to, you can for yourself. This.
Well said, Brianna. Well said.
I'm pretty sure it's because of watching my Crooks Fire. I'm almost crying.
I'm crying for you.
Looks like that's going to cut out, so we're going to bring it back down here to our finish line cam. And it looks like we should be getting, I think Josh is getting up and running. And we are, we are continuing to bring you coverage. We've got some footage up here from Walnut Canyon, courtesy of Caroline, one of our amazing volunteer filmers. Again, we couldn't do all of this without without all these amazing volunteer filmers. So huge shout out to everyone who is helping. And then we've got Bryce is out at Fort Tuthill here. Bryce, if we can get a bib number. And that froze, so we'll bring it back to the static cam here. And it looks like Josh is on his way out towards the hospital. Once we get that feed turned horizontal here, we will bring you that. Looks like we will have maybe some eyes back on our next finisher, Carol Northrup, shortly. Thank you all so much for joining us here. I appreciate you all. We do have some footage from up on Eldon here.
No, I don't know. I don't know where one is. There's one. I was like, there's no live stream. We got to get this thing going.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to Pete Mortimer. We've got volume here now.
There's a guy,
so we can hear
a dedicated
Pete
guy.
praising our live stream people here.
Yeah.
Went back and then I was like, is anyone filming? And just trying to. Oh, I'm on.
Yeah, and we have your audio, Pete, now, so we can hear your beautiful voice.
Oh, Jesus.
And we are glad that you were like, we need live stream coverage from this grade aid station.
Yeah. Let's get some hot watermelon talk over here. How you doing?
Bree, how excited are you to see Pete Mortimer
There
at
you
this
have
point
it.
in your race?
What?
How excited are you to see the legend Pete Mortimer right now?
To see what? Sorry.
How excited are you to see Pete?
It was so awesome to see him. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Made my morning when I saw him because I knew I was almost here.
Oh my God, so excited.
It's like a celebrity sighting up on Mount Eldon. Yeah, Bree was so excited. You could see the enthusiasm. I was so excited to see Pete. Bree is doing so awesome. It's great to see her.
I need to just get a few more calories in. And I need to go a little bit slow because my stomach has been tenuous over the last couple of days.
Again, we are gonna bring it back down here to Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff, where our most recent finisher, Scott Jenkins, the Welsh runner, was down there, just finishing a super emotional finish for him. Again, we will see if we can get these feeds turned sideways here. And we do have, oh, it looks like our feed froze there. We do have eyes on Scotty Jenkins. If we can get it pulled back up, Emily might need to refresh her stream here and hop back in after that. We are here awaiting our next finisher, who is going to be Miss Carol Northrup here, as she has just crossed over the pipeline trail, so just a little bit more of a descent. Then she'll climb out of the trails behind Buffalo Park, getting more into Buffalo Park proper there. And then she'll make her way down to the roads and into Flagstaff. So we are currently tuned in here in Heritage Square. We're getting calls to check our tagged photos on Instagram. And I'm not seeing the specific post they're asking for, but I am currently looking for the post here, Denise. I'm also trying to see if I can get this follow cam sorted here. And I think that we're up at the hospital here. And so I have kind of rotated some things on our side. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. But we are going to have a feed up at the hospital here from our great filmer Josh, as he will bring in Miss Carol Northrup. We do have a shot back in Heritage Square. Let's send it back up here to the hospital. There is the beautiful course markings that runners will follow through these towns. Right there is where they cross the street as they make this right here is the famous left on Beaver turn that we just saw there. This right here is where runners will come up from, just down that hill where you see that sidewalk crossing. Not at the light, but a little bit further down is where runners will pop out of the trails at Buff Park. Then they come up this road, cross the first light here, which is San Francisco. You can see the reflective course marking there. And we're going to send it up to Mount Eldon as we have this crispy, crispy view of bib number 9, Bree Grigsby, getting ready to head out when she feels ready. She'll be heading down Mount Eldon via Lookout Road. She is doing awesome. Let's go back down to Josh. Looks like we do also have a check-in over here at Fort Tuthill. It's a little choppy, so we'll see if we can get a bib number on who that is from Bryce whenever he gets a moment. Until then, we'll send it to Josh, who is out in search of our next finisher, who will be Carol Northrup, who last we checked would be coming up out of the trails behind the social trails, as they're called, behind Buffalo Park and below Mount Eldon, and we'll be making our way through Buffalo Park to right here, which is the last bit of trail. Right there, the last bit of soft surface runners will touch before they head out. And the runners that we just saw with Bryce were Matthew and Paul Murray, heading out to Walnut Canyon. And they say, "Hi, Mom," is what I meant to tell everyone. So I hope that their mom, oh, and dad, because dad needs some love too. We're going to send it back to Bryce. Here they are. Matthew and Paul Murray saying hi, Mom and Dad. They're having a great race so far, and they're going to make their way down past the airport on the Flagstaff Loop Trail, link up with the Arizona Trail, and head on over to Walnut Canyon. And it looks like, yep, we are heading out to we're heading out to look for Miss Carol Northrup. And we do have a little bit of a check-in here from Walnut Canyon. Take a look at the aid station here. This is a pretty remote setup. We do have a runner coming in. If Caroline can get a bib number for us. I know that the footage is a little choppy. It is remote. We're just happy to see even any shot of these runners here. And we will work on trying to get an idea of who that might be. As that photo, that one freezes, we'll go back here. And so this is the trail that runners would be coming down from Buffalo Park, the Switzer Canyon Trail. And that's why it also may be referenced as the McPherson Trail. It's right by McPherson Park. Then we have Bree Grigsby leaving Eldon here. She's going to enjoy the nice descent down the Lookout Trail. Brianna is off. Just a short downhill descent of a few miles to Buffalo Park before she hops back on single track, heads over to the park proper, and then hits the roads of Flagstaff. And we are going to send it over to Fort Tudhill for a minute. So there's a lot happening on at the aid stations over here. And Pete Mortimer here going to send Brianna Grigsby off on her own journey down Eldon Lookout Road as she makes her way to the finish. Super excited to see her continuing forward. And we are going to come back down to our boots on the ground as we are out in search of Miss Carol Northrup, who it looks like is moving forward pretty well. She is in the park proper, I do believe. She is just about to enter the park proper of Buffalo Park, where she will cut through the middle of the angel wings there, and will make her way down the Arizona Trail. She'll say goodbye to the buffalo and turn right on the Switzer Canyon Trail there, which is where we just saw our great filmer Josh. As we take a look at all the action here of runners in Fort Tudhill. We do have some happenings over at Walnut Canyon as well. Again, that's a pretty remote aid station there as well. I mean, you can access it off of Old Walnut Canyon Road, which is fairly accessible, but the service out in that area can be hit or miss, so we are excited to just get visuals here of all the amazing aid station happenings. And I believe Josh here does in fact have the great Carol Northrup. And he will be taking her the rest of the way. And Allison J. of the now famous Alley Cam in the chat. I believe we could hear, the audio was a little low, but we could hear Scott and letting us know how grateful he is for his wife and how great this experience was for him. So definitely a shout out to Mrs. Jenkins as well. And let me unmute so we can get audio here.
This is actually my first one today, but I think it'll be a lot.
And we got audio here as we watch Miss Carol Northrup make her way down the Switzer Canyon Trail here. Female when she makes it to the finish here, the heart of Flagstaff and Heritage Square.
We're really close to right after this.
Listen in on trail crunchies here.
Oh, I guess they can hear us now. So if you have any final mile messages.
Or cowbell.
Carol still moving strong here on this section of trail. She will shortly head to the left here. Yep, right here. She's going to cut through beautiful pine trees, and those will be her last steps on the trails for today. She will hit the streets of Flagstaff, make her way up to the hospital before the famous left-hand turn on Beaver Street.
Yes, absolutely. How much sleep have you gotten so far?
I slept 3 hours every night. So
All right.
Last night 2.5, but yeah. I mean, for tonight's sleep.
Yes.
But, yeah, I think that was a important strategy on my part, for me anyway.
Absolutely.
And Denise in the chat. Carol is running on a partially replaced knee. Incredible.
I didn't tell you that, but you're well under it, so I'll tell you now.
Matt, could you hear about her sleep?
Yeah, 3 hours every night, it sounds like.
Smoked in that 23:30 I had to keep moving those goalposts, right? I'm gonna make it, that's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my going in goal is to finish without being so miserable I never want to do it. So far, unless it gets really miserable in the last mile.
So you're saying you'll do it again?
Maybe.
That's what I heard from that.
I'm saying I'm not so miserable. I promise to never do that.
And so you heard it here first. Breaking news. It sounds like we're going to have Carol Northrup back next year, as she said there.
Yes, good. He just said breaking news, Carol's coming back next year.
Huge shout out to Carol, the Prescott native, making her way from her hometown up into the pines of Flagstaff. And here are the last stretches of soft surface as she hits the pavement, hits the sidewalks. The mean streets of Flagstaff, Arizona, one of the U.S.'s most premier high altitude endurance meccas. She's going to come up here shortly to the left-hand turn on Beaver Street. Looks like Michael Langwell of Team Goldberg in the chat, cheering on Carol. And yeah,
They said you have lots of fans in the chat cheering you on.
Flagstaff locals are starting to take notice.
Yeah, the markings are still on this side, but we can do whatever.
Is that okay?
Yeah, whichever.
And it looks like they're gonna cross left at the intersection of Forest and San Francisco. They are gonna continue westward here on Forest.
Yeah, looks like you're good.
Carol Northrup is going to be
Carol's got some fans cheering her on from cars too.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. She's got a lot of love going out here in the chat, so I'm imagining the energy, the Carol energy is everywhere.
Carol, what was your favorite section of trail? All right.
Dead Horse to Deer Pass.
And everything not Jerome.
Oh, man. That section, a little tough. But a huge shout out to the lovely people of Jerome for letting us be there, letting us come through. We appreciate it there. So we have made the left hand on Beaver, left hand turn on Beaver. She approaches Flagstaff Medical Center. She is passing Flagstaff Medical Center here on her way down Beaver Street. Marco Gonzalez in the chat. Hashtag Cocodona things. Quote, left on Beaver. Yeah, I will tell you this, Marco, I apologize. I believe that is the most iconic turn in all of endurance sports is the left-hand turn on Beaver. I'm just going to put that out there in the world. The most iconic turn in endurance sports is, in fact, the left hand down Beaver Street here at the Cocodona 250. Park here at Carroll Northrop. And I believe we will have eyes on West Plate up on Eldon in the coming moments. He should be our next runner, I believe, up Eldon. For right now, Carol, joined by her support, her friends, her family, all the people who played an important role in helping her get to the finish line here. And we should have West Plate coming into Eldon at any moment now. It looks like he is across the saddle. Should just have a brief little descent to where the aid station location is now. So we will have a West Plate sighting, hopefully for our viewers in the chat. But as of right now, we are taking Miss Carol Northrop, the Prescott native, in through the streets of Flagstaff. As soon as we have eyes on Wes, we will make sure we take it up there for a brief moment to catch him.
Yeah, oh good. So they're about 12 or 13 miles.
Question in the chat, the final cutoff is 24 hours away, right? Yeah, we have 24 hours and 3 minutes remaining before all runners have to be in.
Oh yeah. Yeah. 250 miles.
Carol said she's having so much fun and actually expected to be more miserable.
Here we got Carol.
Yeah, you're on the camera now.
Starting to get moving here. Moving strong. She's been moving with a purpose since we've picked her up here, which is great to see this at this point in the race. It looks like we may have a West Plate sighting up here at Eldon. We're going to send it to Pete Mortimer for just a second as we catch. Is that West Plate up there, Pete?
We've got burgers, we've got bratwurst, we've got ribs, hamburgers.
And we are going to send it back down. We'll come right back up to that in just a moment here. I want to make sure that we get Carol here. Runners are probably going to take not a long time up here on Mount Eldon, but knowing the party that is Pete Mortimer, they're probably going to get some food in them as they get ready for the last 8-ish miles down Eldon Lookout Road across Buffalo Park into the finish. So we should be able to send it back up there. And after we have the finish of our 9th place female here, Carol Northrop, the Prescott, Arizona native, then we will send it right back up to Mount Eldon. She is now just about a block away from making the left on Birch. left hand on Birch will be here in just a moment. You can see the green canopies in the top right of your screen. Dark Sky Brewing. Huge shout out to our friends over there. $5 off coupons in every participant goodie bag to go try their beer. Wide Open Spaces with the Cocodona logo on the can. Incredible, as Carol Northrup is now just moments away, and I believe she will be back on the original finish. I'm going to send it to our finish line here. I actually do not know. There's a van parked there, so I'm not sure which route she will be taking, which route she'll be taking to the finish here. Looks like they're going to go down Cocodona Alley for the finish here. She is going to be turning left here, right here, and we'll pick her up on the finish cam now. As you see, got to go around a van, and here we go. Carol Northrup, the Prescott native, 9th female. What an incredible run. And we will see if we can get some shots of her. Here we are. We're going to stick to the Josh cam for a second as Carol enjoys her celebration. We are going to mute it so that we do not get kicked off of YouTube here. There we go. You see Carol Northrup, our 9th female. And a huge shout out to Mike Barella in the chat. Just use the Cocodona code at Koros. Thanks for the amazing race and free watch band, guys. This week has been awesome. Huge shout out to our partners over at Koros. You can see the banners there. Incredible partners of Aravaipa, the official GPS watch of Aravaipa and the Aravaipa racing team. Huge shout out to them. You can go over to Koros.com, use the code Cocodona, get yourself a free watch band, any free accessory except a pod or a gift card. Big hug from our good friend and Aravaipa employee, Noel, also a Prescott native. He finished last year, and he has a beer for Carol, and he is the one who gives Carol her belt buckle. Amazing. Let's see if we can listen in now. I want to mute it just due to the music there, but we are going to send it up on Eldon, and we're going to unmute Pete. If you can hear me, who do we have here?
Yeah.
Ready to sit down.
You just ran 230 some miles, whatever it is. Have a seat.
We are going to send it up here again to the Eldon aid station.
No, you will. You will. Would you like some meat? What they got you?
What do you have here?
You veggie or meat?
Either.
Okay, so we have brats and ribs and
brats, burgers, ribs, bacon, potatoes.
Yeah.
Grilled potatoes.
Yeah.
Brat has buns.
A brat without a bun?
We got to throw it on the grill probably. We got a rib. Would you like some potatoes?
We're going to turn that volume down.
They're grilled in bacon grease. Yeah.
We're Actually going to mute there again. Don't want to.
I saw that maybe happen.
Yeah, that is Mandy Gowdy, as we were corrected earlier. So huge shout out to Mandy, the Kimberley, British Columbia native, I do believe. We're going to mute that audio just because of the music up there. That you can hear, though, that they are having themselves a heck of a time as they are up. They've completed the climb up Mount Eldon there, and they're just enjoying the time with the first runner, not named Michael Versteeg, to finish the Cocodona 250. Mr. Peter Mortimer is up there with the aid station, and we do have a nice shot here of the finish as Carol getting her post-race photo of under the finisher banner there. Let's go ahead and send it back up to Pete here with Mandy Gowdy. She is having such a great race. She's been looking strong all race. And she has now crested the high point of the course, which is Mount Eldon. And our next runner to come in should be Mr. Tim Cronk. And he is on the social trails there. He's on Oldham alternate there. So he is just a few miles away. He's about 3.5 miles away from the finish. So we will see him coming into Buffalo Park in no time. And for the time being, let's actually go and take a look at the happenings at Walnut Canyon here with Caroline, bringing us all the beauty of Walnut Canyon.
Yeah, getting that Mandy love. Oh yeah. There's big Mandy energy in the chat. You say. So.
Sure. I sure hope it's filled out. You hungry? We got ribs.
Yeah, man. We got all the meats and all the meats. And,
I'll take a rib too.
Okay.
But you got to do a shot of Fireball. That's kind of the rule.
Before you go.
Smart man.
Can I have a paper towel?
Yeah.
Will work.
You can put some Bud Light on underneath it and then the KT tape.
Okay,
Up.
yeah.
I'll leave this right here for when you're ready for it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
What's your bib?
49.
49. From
Talking about my birthday.
you you missed the geyser. Well, you probably did, Matt, but I know the rest of the audience probably did. Yeah. It was a gusher.
Yeah, she pulled up myself after the sun. Well, unless I think I'll be okay. Give me this. I have plenty of water.
Here's I clean it
So sorry about that. I think I was having maybe a little bit of audio issues here in the studio. But we saw Kylie Aldez, who had her blister operated on by the great Pete Mortimer. We saw Andy Glaze there coming in the faux denim split shorts, looking real strong. And we are working on, looks like we maybe have a runner coming into Walnut Canyon here. We'll see if we can get a bib. She is moving strong, coming in. That might have been Joan Hellman, quite possibly. We do have movement up on Eldon. As Kylie Aldez is getting ready to leave. We are, I believe, working on getting our follow cam back out to bring in the great Tim Kronk here in just a few minutes. Until then, let's just look at the beautiful view that awaits runners here in downtown Flagstaff. Looks like we got some follow cam here leaving the aid station, courtesy of the legend himself, Mr. Peter Mortimer. Getting us some good follow cam here off of Eldon as he bodes his guests at his wonderful Pete's Meats aid stations goodbye. Let's come back over to Fort Tuthill here. Saying it looks like the next three runners, our filmer says they might be close. Yep, and we do have filmers in place. So as soon as Tim Kronk gets through Buffalo Park and back onto the roads, we will have him We'll be following him into town. And we do have our filmer heading out to find the great Tim Kronk. The next Pima Pirate to finish after our 23-year-old Mark finished just a little bit ago. So now we're going to be joined by another Pima Pirate down near Tucson, Oro Valley, Arizona's own Mr. Tim Kronk will be our next runner coming through. Again, we have our steady-handed Josh Cam heading out there to see what he can find. And there's our race director, Noah Dordry, who you just saw there. And it looks like we have maybe just some crew movements over there. So we will bring it, let's bring it to the finish line here in Heritage Square. And we do, it looks like, have the Josh cam. Up and right. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's send it there. I actually need to fix something here on the Josh cam. On my end, something that I have messed up. So shout out to Josh. And we will have Josh's feed up here momentarily. There we go. And there we have it. Josh is out on the trails. Looks like heading between the road and the climb. Hold on here. Let's send it to the finish for the time being. Again, we are awaiting our next runner to come in, Mr. Tim Kronk. And actually, while we have a minute, I'm going to see if Josh can reset his browser there for us so that we can try and get a little bit of a cleaner feed here. In the meantime, we're going to take it right here to the finish line in Heritage Square. We should have Josh back up here shortly, it looks like. Here we have the Josh cam as he goes to search for Tim Kronk. And as soon as we get eyes on Tim, we will switch it over here. We got someone coming. We got some runners coming in over in Walnut Canyon with Caroline. Caroline, are you able to get us a shot of the bib there? And again, a huge shout out to all our filmers here. Looks like they're going to a crew vehicle, so we may not get a number, which is all right, but we got eyes on another runner coming in there, which is a good thing. And this is what Eldon, the Eldon aid station looks like when no one's coming in. You got Pete Mortimer just face up to the camera there, looking beautiful as always. They're just hanging out, having a good time. I believe this is his 8 more miles crew up there. We got someone in the chat asking for Aaron Linehan update. It looks like she should be at Fort Tuthill here, so we'll take it over there. So it looks like she should be at this Fort Tuthill aid station, not at Walnut Canyon, per the tracker. Looks like we've got a runner up here at Eldon. Pete is muted on his end. We're taking a look at someone enjoying a Modelo Especial, the official beer of the UFC. So shout out to any MMA fans out there. Shout out to this guy for having a Modelo. And I believe we are going to send it actually back to Josh, who is in Buffalo Park. He has eyes on the iconic buffalo that every runner should be waving goodbye to, like my almost 3-year-old daughter as they depart the aid station. And we should be laying eyes on Tim Kronk at any moment here. And again, thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll send it back up here. To Mount Eldon. Enjoying some beautiful meats, courtesy of Pete's Meats there. We're back on the Josh Cam here in Buff Park. So it looks like maybe we have eyes on our runners here. Looks like we may have a line of runners coming. We've got some more follow cams that'll be bringing people in. And that actually is Brianna Grigsby. So Brianna has passed Tim Kronk. So our next finisher is going to be Brianna Grigsby, the Tucson native, the Aravaipa Racing team member, the 5th place finisher at the Black Canyon 100K, the Bandera 100K. And here is Bree Grigsby. I will say the nurturing up on the aid station must have really helped Bree. She took her time, wanted to get enough in, but didn't want to upset her stomach, and she's absolutely crushing it. Bree, Fernando, Tim, I believe, is going to be the order. And again, we will have some follow cams once some of the other runners get closer to Beaver Street, probably. Thank you to our amazing volunteers, again, for being nimble, being flexible, and getting out there to make sure that we're celebrating all these moments, or as many of these moments as we can, as we are watching Brianna Grigsby making her way down the Switzer Canyon Trail, the last little stretch of soft surface here. Michael Kim in the chat. No, we have other filmers heading out that will pick them up probably on Beaver Street. We'll follow them in. And so, yeah, we're going to do our best to make sure everyone gets their shine here. And here we have Oh, we are gonna, it looks like we're having a pass here. We'll get a bib here. That must be, let's see, who was it up here? Look at him run. Holy smokes. Looks like that is Fernando there. Absolutely blistering the downhill. Now taking the lead over Bree Grigsby. And so Josh will follow Fernando here to the finish. We have two other filmers right at the last stretch of dirt at the corner there where the Switzer Canyon Trail meets Turquoise Drive and Forest. And they will pick up Brianna Grigsby and Tim Kronk as Fernando Montez is starting to push. I think he must have some sort of beef with Josh or something. He's making Josh work a little bit here on the follow cam. And I do have you unmuted now, Josh. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he's pushing the pace a little bit.
Well, I hope you tied your shoes nice and tight and are ready to go here.
Fernando, ¿cómo te sientes? He's ready to rest. Oh, my fault. I flipped it. There we go.
And that is Fernando Montez, correct?
Correct.
He is absolutely...
Bib 146.
Yep, bib 146, hailing from Hazlet, Michigan. Got Maria in the chat. Tu puedes, Fernando, dale duro. Don't exactly know what that means, but that's what she said.
Maria dijo, tu puedes, Fernando.
And here he is. The last section of trail.
Okay.
He's going to cross the street here.
The second one's right there, and then there's the third one close.
And it looks like...
Do you want to go with the third one? Okay.
We do have eyes on Bree Grigsby here as well, courtesy of Shad. On the Shad cam, Bree is running nice and steady and strong. And we're going right back here to Fernando Montez, who charged out of nowhere through Buffalo Park, is having an incredible finish as he's about to cap off his journey here at the Cocodona 250. It's all the mean streets of Flagstaff now. He's going to cross San Francisco Street at the light here, and then he will be 1 block away from the iconic left-hand turn on Beaver Street, the most iconic turn in all of endurance sports. And we've got Shad here, and Josh says we're taking off again right as I cut scenes. Fernando he's trying to beat the light, and he's pushing the pace on our filmer Josh here, but he's ready to get to the finish. Yeah, and we are keeping, I know everyone in the chat wants to see Tim Kronk. We are going to have eyes on him as soon as he gets to the end of the trail, right where the trail meets the pavement there, just about a couple blocks behind Mr. Fernando Montes here. He's got a nice, strong, purposeful power hike going up the hospital hill here. Almost here to the iconic left-hand turn.
Left here. Yeah. A la izquierda.
Matt Limbert in the no, Billy Oliver in the chat. Yep, Tim is behind Brianna. We have a camera feed right where Tim will reach the pavement there. And so I fret not, my lovely chat viewers. We will have a camera feed on the great Tim Kronk as well. Here we have Bree Grigsby making her way up the hospital hill here. Looks like you can see Josh and Fernando crossing the street there. The iconic left-hand turn here, courtesy of the Shad Cam. Bree beats the light, 3, 2, 1, and she makes it across the street. Here we are, we've got Fernando Montes. We've got Bree Grigsby, and you can see Fernando right there in front with our filmer Josh. Here is Fernando. We'll see here if Bree, are they going to try and make a race out of it? That's the real question here. Fernando still moving so well here. And Brianna also looking super strong. She's continuing to dig deep, push here. As you can see, Fernando just ahead. As we're back on Fernando, is now back and rolling, and he looks like he's floating. You hear Flagstaff Medical Center cowbells. We've got Fernando here charging down the hill.
He's hitting about a 650 pace running down this hill.
He's running about 650 pace down the hill. That is absolutely nuts.
And I think we're only getting faster.
Absolutely amazing, and it's absolutely cooking right now. As we check back in here on Bree Grigsby, who's still moving strong. She makes her way down from the hospital. It looks like this is the corner. He will cross the street and pass Beaver Street Liquors, I do believe. And there is Beaver Street Liquors, and he is making his way down Beaver Street. And we got the chat cheering for Josh as well. Giving you some love here, Josh.
Thank you. It's needed.
And here is now Bree Grigsby at Beaver Street, a corner of Beaver and Switzer Canyon. Back up on Fernando. Cheers are coming in. We're gonna check in on Bree Grigsby. Still moving so strong. Should just have a few blocks left before he makes the left-hand turn onto Birch. So he closes in on the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Fernando Montez. Just about 2 blocks away from making the left-hand turn on Birch. That will bring him to Cocodona Alley and the finish of the Cocodona 250 in downtown Flagstaff and Heritage Square. Huge shout out to Fernando, who has been running out of his mind the last mile or so, having an incredible race. Quick look back on Bree Grigsby, still moving so strong. Having an awesome race as she almost comes up to the final descent down to Birch. And here we are back on Fernando, who is right there at the light, gonna make that left-hand turn on Birch, and will just be a mere 2 blocks away from the turn down Cocodona Alley. Here he is, Fernando, about to make the turn down Cocodona Alley here. There he is. The finish of the Cocodona 250. Fernando Montez with an incredible run late here. Absolutely incredible. He pushed so hard there. What an amazing run. And we're going to go straight back out here to Bree Grigsby, who is just a block or 2 away from the left-hand turn on Birch. Absolutely amazing. Here it is. The left on Birch, her pacer, stopping traffic for her. Absolutely amazing. Turning left here. And there she is. Just 2 blocks away. Brianna Grigsby. Aravaipa Racing Team's own Brianna Grigsby.
Right. You know where we are. All right, you're clear.
The final street crossing here.
Let's go, girl.
She's less than a block away
Can I have your pulse?
from the right-hand turn
Yeah.
down Cocodona Alley to the finish
Well done.
of the Cocodona 250.
Well done. Well, three. Just gonna run it in. Shoo. Yeah.
Here she is, ladies and gentlemen. The great Brianna Grigsby, The finish of the Cocodona 250. Absolutely incredible. Gutsy performance from Bree. Stuck it out through all the highs, all the lows, and finds herself at the finish here in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. And we're going to see if we can get Shad on the Shad cam over there to catch some of that emotion.
All the finishers of the Cocodona 250. We are celebrating tremendous athletes here at the Cocodona 250 here at Heritage Square. Beautiful Flagstaff, Arizona.
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you all for hanging out with us. One more time, give a round of applause for our last two finishers and all the finishers of Cocodona 250.
Beautiful.
Such an incredible race by Bree. You can see what it means to her and the emotion. After hoping to toe the starting line last year, being sidelined due to injury, to be able to come out, have such a gutsy performance, and find herself here in Heritage Square, truly incredible. And we're going to come back up here to Susan, who is waiting for Tim Kronk, who should be there any moment. We'll send it to the static cam here for a second. And we're going to go ahead and come over to Fort Tudhill. So for those of you just joining us, we are at the Fort Tuthill aid station right now, which is our final cutoff spot at 7, or the final cutoff at this location is 7:30 p.m. And we do have about 40-ish minutes before we're going to have to restart our stream. So we will make sure that we find kind of a good break point in finishers so that we aren't missing anyone. But we will have to restart the stream here. No, we're not going to restart right now. We're going to restart around 2. And we're going to make sure that we do not miss any finishers. And we are going to send it back to the finish line here. And again, as soon as we lay eyes on Tim, what's my name, announcer? Michael Cam, my name is Matt. I have been commentating all week here. So I'm on, day 5 of my journey, as well as the runners. So I'm bringing you live coverage here from our Phoenix studios. And, yeah. And again, we are hoping to get eyes on Tim Kronk in just a matter of moments. And it sounds like we're going to have a handful of folks on their way. Looks like Tim has just left Buffalo Park and is on the Switzer Canyon Trail heading down. He'll be followed by Mandy Gowdy and Wes Plate and Nathan Warner. Then a little bit back is Kylie Aldez. So all of those runners are within 4 miles of the finish. And we are, of course, sending more filmers up. And it looks like Susan maybe has something. She is at least on here. Let's see. Looks like her feed is cutting out. So I may need Susan to try and quickly refresh her browser if she can, while I remove a spam bot here. Oh, it's Gowdy, not Gowdy. Now I've been corrected twice. And now we have Susan. No, I do not, but I am going to get Susan. We will try and get that fixed as quickly as we can. And again, we do have filmers heading up there. So and again, we will have eyes, and we do, I believe, have Susan's feed, and we're going to get it flipped over here. Again, we have filmers on their way up, and we do. Hey, and there we do have Susan here with the Pima Pirate himself, the great Tim Kronk. Gowdy. Okay, and we will have Mandy Gowdy coming soon as well, but we have the Pima Pirate legend, Tim Kronk. He is still charging forward, which is the most important thing. So he's gonna stop here, try and maybe regroup a little bit. big Pima Pirate energy here in the chat, that's for sure. Much love to Tim Kronk. Oh, Goaty. Okay, I've been corrected like a dozen times now, but it is Goaty. John Jones with the perfect help there. Like Goaty. Love it. Thank you all so much. I could also just call her Mandy, probably. Representing Kimberley, British Columbia. Shout out to our neighbors to the north as we are watching our neighbors to the south here in Phoenix. The Tucson, I believe, Oro Valley resident. Tim Kronk, the Pima Pirate. A lot of love and cheers in the chat for Tim here. In the chat, still roasting me for my pronunciation of Mandy's last name, and I'm here for it. I'll probably refer to her as Miss Mandy because that's how you respectfully speak to people in the great state of Georgia, where I lived for a while. So Miss Mandy is making her way to the finish. She is coming through Buffalo Park, it looks like. And we can try to get audio. I just need Susan to unmute on her end, I think, if she's able to.
Unmuted over here with Tim Kronk and his pacer.
Tim Kronk, the Pima Pirate legend.
You can say whatever you want, Tim.
He doesn't have to say anything either. We just love hearing those feet, the trail crunch beneath those feet as he's continuing to move forward here. And he is about to hit the last stretch of soft surface under his feet as he hops on Turquoise Drive, and it looks like our audio is, our audio in the field is out now, so I apologize for that. It's looking like a back end issue, and when we restart our stream here in the near future, whenever we get a gap, it will kind of start working again. So we got Tim Kronk, the Pima Pirate himself, making his way up Hospital Hill to the most iconic turn in all of sports, the left-hand turn onto Beaver Street here at the Cocodona 250. Fernando Bustamante apparently is the pacer here. Fernando, the closer, according to the chat. Looks like we may. Yep, there we go. I think we lost it there for a second, but now we are back. Tim doing a great job here. We see our, I believe that was our filmer Josh. Josh is not in the medical tent. He is back out on course. Ready to get Miss Mandy as she nears a conclusion to her journey here at the Cocodona 250. We're going to see, we should have eyes on Miss Mandy. A matter of moments. Looks like she is about to exit Buffalo Park here. Head down the Switzer Canyon Trail. We don't have audio in don't have audio here in the field, unfortunately. I'm not sure what's going on there. Tim is crossing San Francisco now, putting him 1 block away from the turn onto Beaver Street. And just we're actually going to switch it over to a different camera feed here as the wonderful Tasha is going to pick up Tim. She's going to film him the rest of the way in. And we should have eyes on Miss Mandy soon. And we will also be getting some beautiful aerials from the top of Eldon, courtesy of Jamil, who is back on duty. We will also have some follow cams as we see Chad Trumbo there from our good friend Bryce, who got a good night's sleep, is well rested after pacing 8 gazillion miles and filming earlier this week. So shout out to Bryce. But for the time being, it's all about the Pima Pirate himself, Tim Kronk. We'll have eyes on Miss Mandy in a matter of moments. And we don't have any audio in the field, unfortunately. So Tim is probably trash talking to the camera. would not surprise me. He deserves he deserves to talk every ounce of trash that he wants at this point, as he is on Beaver Street, making his way downtown Flagstaff and Heritage Square. And here we have Josh with Miss Mandy here. Mandy Goaty, as I've been told. Let's see if we have any audio here. Yep, we do. So we do have audio on Miss Mandy, and she is moving strong, looking great. The pride of Kimberley, British Columbia. 249 odd miles into the race, and she is looking super strong. She makes her way up the hospital hill. We're going to send it back to Tim Kronk, the Pima legend here. Looking amazing. Still moving forward, which is the most important thing. To just continue pressing forward towards the goal. So we are going to come right back as we're watching Tim approach the cowbells. We've got Josh. Looks like they are at the corner, about to cross straight across San Francisco. One more block to the turn on Beaver Street. We've got eyes also on Tim Kronk here. Wes Plate will also be coming in, and we do have we will have another feed out there as well. Michael Kim saying he went to Georgia and did the Cruel Jewel, and he will never go back again. That's unfortunate. There's a lot of good things about Georgia. Cruel Jewel, really tough race. But you should definitely go and visit Georgia once again. Lauren Jones, our second place female, an Atlanta native, great state of Georgia. And here he is passing the hospital here, and we're going to send it back to Josh, who has Mandy Goaty here, Miss Mandy, charging up the hill. One of few we have seen running up the hospital hill at this point in the race. We also have some footage of Chad Trumbo out at Mount Eldon here, courtesy of Bryce. We've got some aerials here. We've got a little bit of everything going on right now, but right now, our next finisher here is going to be this man, the Pima Pirate himself, Mr. Tim Kronk. It looks like Mandy has made the left-hand turn onto Beaver Street. She is moving strong. Tim Kronk still pushing forward. The toughness here of Tim, absolutely incredible. And it looks like we have eyes on a crowd favorite, Mr. West Plate here. We'll see if that feed cleans up a little. But we have Tim Kronk here, who is currently your next finisher. However, Mandy Goaty is now passing the hospital emergency entrance there. Believe she's got to go under the overhang here still. And she is moving strong. Here is Tim. Continuing to stay up, continuing to move forward. We've got eyes on West Plate here. But for right now, we're back to Mr. Tim Cronk. We do have audio on the Josh cam here as Mandy is running super smooth.
All right, they got audio on you now if you have any last mile thoughts. Says she's been out of here a long time. She's out of thoughts.
Yeah, I don't blame her whatsoever as the pass has been made. Mandy Godey, Miss Mandy, now your next projected finisher. Tim Cronk still looking really, really like tough mentally. He's still in it. He's still moving forward, which is incredible.
How much have you slept this whole time? 5 hours. It's impressive. Hardcore. That's impressive. All right, let's do it. You're going straight for a while. I'm just going to follow behind. Okay, watch.
Amazing. And let's take a look back at Tim Cronk here. Still moving with a purpose. Incredible. And then it looks like we do have the man himself, Mr. Westplate here. Moving up the hospital hill. Now we are with Mandy Godey here. She is going to be our next finisher, it appears. We're going to take a look. Tim Cronk still moving really, really well. West Plate crossing the San Francisco Street, about to make it to the left hand on Beaver. We've got a beautiful aerial shot up on Mount Eldon here from Jamil. Runner still coming in up there. But for right now, Mandy Godey is the talk of the town as she is continuing to move closer to her finish, the end of her voyage here in downtown Flagstaff at Heritage Square. She is still looking strong. Here we have Tim Kronk still moving forward here. Still getting it done. Here's West Plate continuing up the hospital hill, looking to make his way down Beaver Street here shortly and to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. And for now, here is the great Mandy Goaty. She is now just a little over a block away from making the left-hand turn onto Birch. And from there, she will just be a couple of blocks away from making the turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish of the Cocodona 250 here in Flagstaff, Arizona. Get her coming in soon here. Looks like the...
You're gonna turn left here.
And here comes Miss Mandy. Just a little over a block away at this point. And she is almost there. Gonna make a right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley to the finish here in Heritage Square. And here she comes, everyone. The great Mandy Goaty coming to the finish. Your 10th place female, I believe. Absolutely incredible run there from Mandy. Your 11th place female, Mandy Goaty. What an incredible performance. And we're going to send it out to Shad, who has West Plate coming in. We have lost our feed of Tim Kronk here. So if Tasha can hear me, if she's able to refresh, or if Josh is able to swing back out, that would be great. Otherwise, we will also most certainly have the finish line feed ready to go. But right now, we have West Plate coming to the finish line. here is West Plate about to cross the street at one of the finest beverage services along the Cocodona 250 route, Beaver Street Liquors, right here in Flagstaff. And it looks like we are going to get the Tim Cronk cam back up in just a second. We got to turn it around. Yep, it's working. It's just got to turn on our end. Here we go. He's got about a block and a half before he makes the left-hand turn on Birch. He is still making his way so close at this point. He's still moving forward here. And we'll send it to West Plate for a minute, trying to get that feed fixed real quick. And again, we will have our eyes on our camera feed here momentarily of Tim Cronk. West Plate here still moving super strong. And here we go. Got footage of Tim Cronk again here. Huge shout out to all our volunteer filmers helping us out here as Tim is going to make a left on Birch here at the next light, and then he is just under 2 blocks away from Cocodona Alley and the finish of the Cocodona 250 in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. He's going to make a left-hand turn here. Getting caught by the light, and he is moving once again. The final left-hand turn onto Birch. It's just a couple blocks away from turning and finishing the Cocodona 250 here. The Pima Pirate himself, Tim Cronk, ladies and gentlemen. Super gutsy performance to see Tim continuing to push forward. Tim is approaching the final street crossing here of his Cocodona 250 journey. He's going to cross the street, continue about a half a block where he will turn down Cocodona Alley and will complete his journey here in Flagstaff. What an incredible effort here. And here it is, the right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley. Tim Kronk is on his way to the finish here in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff, Arizona. Tim is telling his pacer to get on up here. Wants his pacer coming in with him. Mr. Tim Kronk, Oro Valley, Arizona. The Pima Pirate himself, the legend. Here he is, Tim Kronk, ladies and gentlemen. What an effort. Let's see if we can get Tim the folding chair at Heritage Square here in a few moments. But what an amazing, amazing performance by Tim. And we're going to send it over to the Shad Cam, as I believe West Plate has made the left-hand turn on to Birch. We've got some audio in here as Wes continues his adventure. I'll try not to talk so much so I don't ruin his footage.
Half a block and a right-hand turn in the alley is all you got left.
West Plate approaching Cocodona Alley here. Another impressive performance by Wes. And here is West Plate, ladies and gentlemen, his second finish here at the Cocodona 250. Absolutely incredible effort here by Wes, a crowd favorite. Super stoked to see Wes at the finish line here. And I'm going to what an incredible, incredible performance there by West Plate. We are going to get some footage out at Fort Tuthill momentarily. Looks like our great filmer Daniel is out there. I just need to try and get his camera turned horizontally if possible. And it looks like we also have the Jam Cam up on Mount Eldon. We have another finisher coming in here shortly. And I'm going to try to get it over to that feed as soon as I can here. And here we have our next finisher. That, let's see if I can get a bib number here. Bib 66, Nathan Warner, that is right. That is right. Huge shout out to Nathan Warner here. He is coming to the conclusion of his journey. The Tucson native as well. We're gonna have a little Tucson party here, or should I say maybe a Pima party. We've got Alex Myers in the chat. Do you need? I am always welcoming of guest commentators. So Alex in the chat, if that's a serious offer, you are obviously more than welcome to head on over to Aravaipa headquarters here. We're on 24th Street, just south of the airport. We've got Nathan Warner here. Nathan Warner just a few blocks away. And I have him unmuted here. Just a few blocks away as he passes the playhouse there.
I will. Don't worry about me.
From
You worry
turning
about
left
you.
onto Birch Street here, downtown Flagstaff.
Yeah, we're gonna cross the street first. Can we make it?
And thank you to the amazing residents of Flagstaff here, allowing Nathan to cross Birch, make the left-hand turn, and he's now just a block and a half away from turning down Cocodona Alley and finishing the Cocodona 250.
Excuse us.
Here he comes, ladies
You're
and
turning
gentlemen.
Right at that gate, okay?
Right here? He
Yeah,
is
that's it.
here. Nathan Warner. Tucson Trail Runners. The Pima Pirates. It's a Pima party here at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. What an incredible run by Nathan. Excellent job. And it looks like we have finally found Mr. Tony Russ up here on the jam cam. And we just lost that for a second. It is back. And we are going to keep our eyes out for the next runners to come. I believe the next runner should be Miss Kylie Valdez. So here we do have Tony Russ. We got some follow cam action from Bryce over here as well. Shout out to Alex in the chat who is coming on out from Boise. Thank you. I expect to see you here in a matter of moments, Alex, to help with the commentary. And Bryce, if you can hear me, are we able to get a bib number here? $152. David Stinchfield. I shouldn't have needed the bib. All I would have needed was the shot of the beard. I could have identified.
He said he didn't need the bib.
David
All he needed was a shot of the beard. The beard.
Yeah, they've been talking about that all week.
Yeah, and David apparently enjoys that we've been talking about his beautiful beard all week. And it's awesome to see him cresting Eldon here shortly.
Yes, sir.
Hitting the high point of the course. And we do have more filmers on their way out to follow in our upcoming Kylie Valdez, who should be exiting Buffalo Park here any minute. Looks like after Kylie, we'll have Grant Ross coming in. Matt Ross and Grant Muller. Sorry, get that fixed here shortly. So again, we are following David Stinchfield here as he is on his way to Eldon Lookout, to the Eldon Aid Station. And then we do have the jam cam here as he's heading back down. Jam, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, how are the runners looking up there as they're climbing up Eldon?
I don't know if did you catch that was Tony Russ who was absolutely charging up the mountain?
Yeah, we did, and we had people in the chat saying Tony was going for the KOM right there.
Oh my God, he was like going absolutely bonkers, and guess who was pacing him?
Who?
Whit Weisbrom, who is in jeopardy of being dropped once again, and that may still happen, if you can believe it.
Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. And we're going to send it to our Josh cam here as we do have our next runner coming out of the trails and onto the streets of Flagstaff. We have the great Kylie Valdez here, another Pima County, Tucson area native.
All right, they got the audio on too now. If you have any last mile thoughts.
Oh man, up here. I'm just glad Peter Mortimer. Hell of an adventure.
Good.
Kylie here, still in great spirits, still moving forward. And Erica in the chat wanting the street cam for Kylie's finish. You ask and we deliver here at Aravaipa.
Yeah, we can. They said you got lots of fans in the chat cheering for you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Sure your dad has
I bet. How much sleep have you got in this race? No. Crazy.
Yeah, I took way more trail naps, and in the end, that would have just been a good hour to run through the car.
Shimmons in the chat.
Everyone else run into the finish?
Big chat room energy
We have a
here.
few cameras going.
And we've got the entire. We've got the.
There are lots walking.
We've got the entire.
No, you're doing
Pima
great.
County in the chat letting me know that I misspelled Kylie's name on the ticker, and I apologize for that. Thank you for correcting me here.
What up? Yeah. We got it.
She has passed the hospital here, making her way down Beaver Street.
Yeah, that's what your favorite section of trail was the whole time.
I think Schneebly. Hey, past the sunset at the top of Schneebly, and that was amazing. So, yeah.
Awesome.
That's a good part. This is definitely a highlight. If you said it in the drone, not so much.
That seems to be a common answer. Oh.
Kylie looking super strong here as she's running down Beaver Street here in Flagstaff. She is approaching her final left-hand turn onto Birch. Just a matter of minutes. Looks like Matt Ross and Grant Moeller also about to make their way out of Buffalo Park here. As Kylie waits to cross the road here at the corner
She's finishing a 250-mile
Beaver
race.
Street Liquors
So
here.
yeah. With her.
Great citizens of Flagstaff pulling for her here.
Little hike. Little hike. Good job on your little hike. She got asked if she was finishing a little hike. Yeah, you're good. You're flying.
Doing this with every runner? Getting a big workout in today?
Yeah, getting that hill in a little bit. Yeah. Tough to complain when you're all finishing 250 miles, but you are. Probably got about a quarter mile.
Kylie is coming up to the final little descent down to Birch. She'll make the left-hand turn and head into Heritage Square here.
You definitely won't be the only one.
Here they are, just a few blocks away now. From the left-hand turn on Birch. Here she is, Kylie Aldez. Just moments away from being the 12th female finisher here at the 2022 Cocodona 250. Absolutely incredible run by Kylie. She's been running super strong the entire week. And her journey is going to come to a conclusion here in Heritage Square.
She's hitting something like 9:15 miles coming down to the finish, too.
And we do also have eyes, I believe, on our next runner here. Oh, we got both of them. We got 138. So we have both our next two runners together here. But the focus right now is Miss Kylie Aldez. Just about a block away from
Kylie's got a
turning
few
down
tears going.
Cocodona Alley. Finding her to the finish of the Cocodona 250. Her final street crossing here.
All right, you're going to turn right between these.
And here she is. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tucson native joining the Pima Pirate Party here at the chat. The Tucson Trail Runners, Miss Kylie Aldez, coming in to the finish of the Cocodona 250 here in Flagstaff. And the jumping heel click to cap it off. Absolutely amazing run. We're going to go as Kylie sits down here. We're going to come back to our next two runners. Bib 138, Matt Ross, and bib 133, Grant Moeller. Matt Ross, Marietta, Georgia. Grant Moeller, Marietta, Georgia. The two Georgia boys finishing together here just outside the great city of Atlanta in Marietta, Georgia. Huge shout out to all of our Georgia contingents here in the chat. Huge shout out to these. And after we bring these two gentlemen into the finish, we will be restarting our stream here. So we'll hop on over to the next stream that was scheduled to start a half hour ago. And we're going to guide these two gentlemen to the finish, the two Georgia natives. Hill. Yes, we do. We got some runners out there, courtesy of our incredible camera operator, Daniel. So shout out to Daniel for joining us and hopping on the stream here. Oh, and he is showing us some feet out there. Yeah, feet are getting beat up for sure, and we're going to send it back to the follow cam here with Shad as he is taking in Matt and Grant.
Next light, you'll turn left.
They're making their way up to the left-hand turn onto Beaver Street. We got a lot of go dogs in the chat here.
How far down the road is it?
Once you turn left, you got about a mile left. All downhill. No, you're gonna go down this way.
So they are waiting at the stoplight here. Huge shout out to Shad, who has been hopping in to help film. Filmers coming, or runners coming in. A huge shout out to all our volunteer filmers here. Matt and Grant, Marietta, Georgia, here now making their way past the hospital as they go down Beaver Street, make their way to the finish here, Heritage Square in Flagstaff, Arizona. Just joining us, once these two gentlemen make it to the finish here, we will be restarting streams. We'll be heading over to the stream that is already scheduled on our YouTube channel there, shutting this one down, hopping on over to that one. It'll take us just a couple of minutes to get everything back up and running. first and foremost, we are going to be following in 2 Georgians here, Mr. Matt Ross and Mr. Grant Moeller. Coming up on the crossing of Switzer Canyon and Beaver Street.
You got the light, you're good.
How long have these two been running together? I'm not exactly sure, but the fact that they're both from Marietta, Georgia, means that they have probably embarked on a big portion of this journey together here. In the chat, there should be beer handouts at that liquor store. Yeah, I think next year we need to see if we can get a beer cheer station at Beaver Street Liquors there, at least on the Friday or something like that, you know? Sound like bib 135. Kristen Kitzler is in fact off course. Our race command has found her and is in contact with her. So, but yes, she is in fact off course. It isn't any sort of GPS error or anything like that. But right now, it's all about Grant Moeller, Matt Ross here. 2 Marietta, Georgia residents really strong, as they are now just a couple of blocks away from the left-hand turn onto Birch.
You're going to make an iconic left at the far side of this next light. Yeah, it's on the other side, you're going to make a left.
So they are now making the left-hand turn onto Birch.
Block and a half left.
They're just a block and a half away from finishing the Cocodona 250. The two gentlemen from Marietta, Georgia, just outside Atlanta, are just moments away from completing an epic journey that they will remember for the rest of their lives as they arrive in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff here at the finish line of the Cocodona 250.
Almost there, dudes! Almost there! Get it, baby, get it!
Yeah, that's what we like to see. That's the big chat energy translated into real life right there. As these gentlemen are about to turn down Cocodona Alley. Matt and Grant, here they come. Absolutely amazing. The two Georgia boys. Go Dogs. Here they are at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Matt Ross, Grant Moeller, your next Cocodona finishers, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. What an incredible adventure. And with that, we are going to have a little bit of a break here before our next finishers. So what we're going to do, we're going to restart the stream. We will be over on the stream that is up on our YouTube channel scheduled next, so Day 5, Stream 2 of the 2022 Cocodona 250. We're going to send it over there. It'll take us just a few minutes to get that stream up, so please join us over there in just a couple of minutes. And thank you all so much, and I look forward to seeing you on the next stream in just a couple.